Ladies and gentlemen, we're in Ul'dah, the worst place ever known to exist. Now we're back to being a summoner. Now we're gonna adjust our HUD slightly. Very slightly. Pull this down here. Make it bigger for people to be able to see a little bit better. Gotta do this with it. There we go, let's do it. That works. Listen, going into I'm not invited into the house, okay? I know how this works. I know what y'all really think of me. So, with your indulgence, I'd like to do the next dungeon as a summoner as well, for completely legitimate and legal reasons. But, let's see. Is Rax still in a party? Time will tell. Nope. Would anyone else like to join other than the group we just had? While I wait for people to respond to that, let's look at some questions, because we had a couple. Tim says, how would you review a community-made problem in an MMO? For example, an MMO has all classes balanced, but the community only gravitates towards a few classes, so the dungeons suck. No positives, no negatives. That's the community's problem, not the game's. You could argue the game doesn't do anything to encourage class balance, and you'd be wrong. By your own statement, the game does, in fact, encourage class balance. So that is the community's problem, and I don't give negatives or positives to community. What FF game is this one least like that's not a side game? 6, obviously, because it sucks! No, Final Fantasy X-2 is actually my first thought, unless you count that as a side game, in which case you're wrong. But if we have to go with another one, I'd say Final Fantasy 1. Do I think WoW can be made to... I'm trying not to talk about WoW. Do you think WoW can be made to work on consoles, or does it already work on consoles, and does it work well with a controller? Yes, no, and I don't know, respectively. Why would I play an MMO with a controller? But yes, WoW actually does and has had controller support for like 2 years at this point. Valvidrix has a question, but I'll wait until she's back to answer that one. Let's see. Now that Valvidrix is gone, I can kill everyone. I've heard you talk about League of Legends community being rather negative. No, it's disgustingly toxic garbage. Do you have any thoughts on how to fix that? No. What FF protagonist makes you most frustrated with thinking about them? Lightning. FF14 has decided to abandon its microtransactions forever. Oh, I want to share this one with Rax, too. And Valvidrix, if you want to jump in on this. It has lost 25% of its income. So, you need to cut 25% of the content from each expansion. What 25% do you cut? Now, I've already answered this, so I have nothing new to add to this. Cut class quests. Cut crafter quests. Cut side quests. Done. Yeah, it's almost too easy. We're doing... I mean, it doesn't really matter which one we do next, but we're probably doing Fractal Continuum next. Excuse me. But I will actually ask... what's her name's question? Valvidrix, God, I can talk. Listen, Blade Traval. People don't like it when you increase prices of things. Really. That's actually a real problem. How do the Guild Wars games stay afloat while being single purchase per expansion instead of having a sub model? Do they do what free-to-play MMOs do but less? No. Okay. So imagine one of the most hideously horrifying in-game stores you've ever seen, except it's extremely not predatory, if that makes any sense. So, I'm trying to think how to properly explain this. Guild Wars 2 is kept aloft by its in-game store, by its microtransactions. There's so much stuff that you can buy. It's actually ludicrous. Now, this is key and critical. The reason I say it's not predatory is it's not shoved into your face. It's not the kind of thing where they use psychological manipulation to try and get you to do it. Except for one thing, which I will ding it when we get there, which is timed sales. I hate that crap, by the way. I've actually complained about this before. The mount I was showing off earlier is only available for sale once per year at a random point in time. They just cycle through what's available for sale. Hate that crap. Other than the cycle thing, It's all over there, it's all in the corner, and if you just buy the game, you're good. Like, it's not like Tor, for example, where you have a demonstrably worse experience. You just have the default experience, and it is a sufficiently good experience to play the game. If you want more inventory space, or more shared inventory space, or more bank space, or to increase... This is a funny one, by the way. One of the things you can pay for is you can pay real money to increase how many items can be in one stack. So you can add... So at default, it's 250. You can go up to 2,500 at max. So my point is, Guild Wars 2 stays alive based on its microtransactions. Now, you're probably thinking, that sounds pretty scummy. So it doesn't make that much money. In fact, it makes so little money that it's something I'll talk about whenever we cover Guild Wars 2, because Guild Wars 2 is and has been in threat of being shut down because NCSoft is evil and stupid for about a year and a half now. In fact, we actually didn't think we were going to get the expansion that we got until pretty recently. And the expansion we got is really good, but noticeably crammed. It's 4 zones. Now hold on. These zones are pretty big and very dense. But still, that's it. 4 zones. And it's really clear that you're just racing through plot threads. Just absolutely sprinting through them. It's like Babylon 5 Season 4, for those of you who know the comparison. Because they were in threat of being shut down. NCSoft was like, you're not making enough money. Screw you, go to hell. And it's like... Now... to be clear, the negativity I have here is entirely on NCSoft's side of things. The Guild Wars 2 devs have flat out said no to trying to be more predatory with the in-game store, and NCSoft has threatened to pull the plug on them, and actually did fire like a few hundred people from the Guild Wars 2 team, from the ANET team. And, yeah. So... You remember how I keep mentioning how some of the MMOs might get shoved forward because of time? Well, Guild Wars 2 might get shoved a little bit forward because of time. Anyways, so I hope that answers. That's a long, rambling answer as usual. Dr. Winter says, what do you think about the subscription method for Courtesy Age of Kings 2? Which, for those of you not aware, because I do know this, is you subscribe and you just have access to the DLC while you're subscribed. That's a very lengthy and complicated question. I don't think Dr. Winter's here, so I'm going to pass on it. Do questions help break up the monotony of chewing through the content of this game? So, we've always had questions, and we've always had off-topic stuff. The question bot is just making it a lot more organized and a lot more palatable. So, in short, yes, this is awesome. And the questions are awesome, and talking with you all is awesome. It always has been, since I first started streaming like 8 years ago. The bot is just making things a little bit, you know, smoother in terms of production. Delete some of these. So is nobody on? Did we just lose everybody? Hang on, I'm gonna pop into Discord here really quick. Bunch of people talking about random stuff. I'm pretty sure it's DDoS's, that's what they said. It might be DOS's, which is different. Yeah, we just lost people, wow. Well, I do have an alternate plan here, and that's talking about the new Obi-Wan series. So, I was like, hey, it looks like it might actually not be crap. Nice. And then there's a press release along with it that says, oh no, don't worry, it's crap. Oh, okay. So I'm a lot less excited about it than I was a few minutes ago. I should probably explain that a little bit. So, let's start by saying that an Obi-Wan series is cool and all. And the idea... So, let me zoom the camera out. Let me tell you about the premise that was building in my head for the Obi-Wan show, okay? Obi-Wan is obviously off on Tatooine, watching after Luke, exile, blah, blah, blah. But, as a result of the Purge, which is a thing that happened in both continuities, the Inquisitors, which are a thing in both continuities, start roaming around and sniffing around looking for signs of a Jedi. So Obi-Wan has to deal with the dilemma of fighting off these Inquisitors without giving away the fact that he's there, so that they can't find him, and they can't find Luke, and everything doesn't go to hell. And we don't have a massive continuity snarl, because, try to remember, this is in between Episode 3 and Episode 4. Right? You know, there's a presence I haven't felt in a long time. When we last met, blah, blah, blah. You know, it's blah, 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 blah. You get the idea. But all of that's apparently terrible. Because in the marketing material, they flat out stated that there's going to be this nice... Yeah, exactly, Rex. But in the marketing material, they state that this is all building up to Vader and Obi-Wan fighting, which is a huge mistake in my opinion. It's a mistake from a constructive perspective because it actually contradicts continuity and just ruins the story. But it's also a mistake because it does what I think Star Wars has too much of an issue with, where they don't have faith in their small-name characters, so they have to bring in big-name characters. Those of you who've seen Mandalorian or Boba Fett know what I mean by that. Star Wars, and I really mean this, Star Wars needs to have more faith in their non-big-name characters. You don't need to bring Vader in. It doesn't need that. You don't need the staying power of Darth Vader to make your show work. Yeah, seriously, look at the Cassian Andor series coming out. Look at The Mandalorian, honestly, for the most part. A show that is super praised, and for good reason. Let's see if Reggie's there. Reggie said oi, so let's see if Reggie's actually there or not. Of course not, Lune Ruth. God, no. When would I have time to do that? Anyways, like I said, with your indulgence, I'd like to play Summoner again for extremely legal reasons. If that's okay for the next dungeon. That does mean I'm going to be a DPS for 4 more dungeons. I really do feel like a lot of Star Wars has this problem. And this isn't a new problem. EU had this issue too, where they just felt like they had to drag certain characters in. A good example of this is the Kurnach Cluster series, which I can never think of the name of it. The Dark Fleet Crisis, I think is what that was called. It's a trilogy. Alright. Black Fleet, that was it, the Black Fleet Crisis. The Black Fleet Crisis is otherwise a fairly good series of books that happens to include Luke for no damned reason. And Luke goes through a, I'm just going to call it what it is, bad story arc across that story because they couldn't figure out what the hell they were doing with him. He is, for all intents and purposes, just there because it's Star Wars, and so they want Luke to be in it. Don't mistake me, I'm very pro-continuity, but as I should have to say, I am pro-good continuity. Join us, Rex. Give in. To the fractal side? That sounds like a Guild Wars 2 thing. Okay. Rant away. Oh, I gotta reset it. Minimum eye level. There we go. Fractal. Waka waka. Which game has the worst tutorialization? Which good game has the worst tutorialization? Ooh. Oh, it's one I've reviewed already. I can't remember which one it is. It's one I... Oh! GTA 4. Although, maybe great is exaggerative, but... GTA 4 is a good game that has terrible tutorialization. Just the worst. So yeah, this is the other side. We actually referenced this if you were paying attention when we were doing the etherochemical place. This is the other dungeon that we unlock over there to the side. So let's get Carbuncle out. Let's do this. Yeah, welcome to Allagan Nightmares. I'm pretty sure there's some reading material in here, so I'm going to have to stop and read that every now and again. Possible classic game lover. I don't think so, to be completely honest, but that is possible. Oh, here it is. Lore! Exhibit 1, Technology in Daily Life. This exhibit showcases the various scientific advances that allow Allagans to live lives of heretofore unheard of ease and efficiency. You know what I love about this dungeon? And I mean this. In fact, it's probably getting a positive for it. What I love most about this dungeon is that this is a museum. We're going through the guided tour. You get it? We're going through the guided tour of just Allagan crap. And this stuff is going to be terrifying enough to challenge us at level 30. 790. It is indeed, my Kamano. It's the music. Now, if you're right, I'm actually with you, Classic Game Lover. I think that would be a good way to chop off the series. I just don't think you are. I suppose I don't have that much faith. Because Last Jedi sucks! Alright, there we go. So, moving on. Now, that being said, if we could get a proper fight between those two, even if it's a straight-up retcon, I would be so in favor of that. Exhibit 2, Technology in War. See the myriad marvels of Allagan military technology that have replaced flesh-and-blood soldiers, ensuring no Allagan citizen ever again need lay down their life in battle. Yeah, I'm just gonna say what we're all secretly thinking. That fight in A New Hope sucked. I should probably mention that I actually really like the fight in Empire Strikes Back. So don't think I'm just all big and, you know, all about the big flashy stuff. Obviously, Mike Kamano. Exactly, classic game lover. Exhibit 3, the Phantom Ray. Feast your eyes on this massive yet elegant automaton, designed to monitor and, if necessary, dispatch potentially violent chimerical constructs. Honestly, yes, Ross. You can at least laugh. Oh, hello. You can at least laugh at the Gorn fight, but that crap in New Hope is just bad. Not like A New Hope. Well, kind of. It's okay, I guess. I mean, it was a proper sword fight. I actually agree with that sounds completely. I agree with that, Ross. Believe it or not. Ooh, hello. Yet another reason why realism needs to get the hell out of my fiction, Blade Travel. Yeah, this is some cool AoE layering. I kind of like it already. I mean, it wasn't supposed to be a great fight. They didn't have the coordination or the team or the capacity to make it a great fight back in the day. Let's be real. Let's be 100% real. The reason the fight in A New Hope sucks is purely because of out-of-character reasons. None of that was on purpose. It just happened that way because they didn't have the ability to do better. That's just how that is. No shame. No judgment. It's just, that's how it is, you know? It's the spaghetti code of Star Wars. Hyperdrive makes substantially more sense than warp drive. That's an easy question. I've actually... Oh, there we go. I've actually studied hyperdrive and how it works in Star Wars. And it's, in the EU in particular, it's actually really well designed. And I mean that with sincerity. It's a little bit crazy how well designed it is. That's all I did. Forget about that, but I didn't. Okay, 570. That's probably a pretty good average there. It would, Dr. Winter, but I don't think they thought of it. I really don't. Write that down, 570. Decent fight. Nothing special. Good layering. I mean, the duel between Obi-Wan and the mystery character I will not say out loud in Rebels was actually completely legit. Oh, I missed a lore book. No! Oh, yep, there it is. I did. You're right. That... Yeah, sure, Loner. Whatever. Exhibit 4. The Mirror Knight. That's those things up there. A second-generation construct, boasting the strength of a bear and the acute vision of the owl. As with many early efforts at synthesis, lack of intelligence and proclivity for violence limit practical use. We still made a bunch of them, but, you know. Yeah, one way or another, this place is getting at least a plus for story. My favorite duel in Star Wars? Ooh. There are 3 that come to mind immediately. Yeah, the Alagans just made owl bears. I love it. Empire Strikes Back. Obvious. Emperor Palpatine absolutely curb-stomping Savage and his brother in Clone Wars. And the third one is hard to talk about, so let me read some stuff before I answer that. Exhibit 7, the Shabti. A 4th-generation construct, and one of the first to effectively employ cloning technology. With high intelligence and regenerative capability, its development was hailed as a major breakthrough. Exhibit 8, the Naga. Among the first successful efforts in synthesizing a void scent. Void research remains an emerging field, with future developments holding great promise. What is wrong with you people? So... I'll come back to it in a minute. Exhibit 9, the Iskalion. A highly intelligent construct employed by Alog engineers to perform maintenance tasks. Notable flaws include a weakness against the elements and certain genetic instabilities. You can see we are in the Federation section here. It's a good damn question, Linnea Ruth. I don't know. Okay, So, it's not actually a duel, but my answer for my third favorite duel is Vader versus Luke in Episode 6. I know what you're thinking, what's not a duel about that? Well, if you really pay attention to the choreography on display, what they're doing is they're not fighting, they're telling a story with animation. It is pure visual storytelling. But it's really good. Like, there's so much that's being said without words in that fight. It's one of the reasons I tend to remember Return of the Jedi so fondly, despite its many, many, many problems. Because let's be clear, Return of the Jedi is an extremely flawed film. But God, that fight, quote-unquote, between between Luke and Vader is just poetry. It really is. And yeah, it helps that the Battle of Endor is actually a pretty awesome battle. It's funny because so much of Return of the Jedi sucks, except almost its entire outro is just legit through and through. From the moment Luke... Hello. There we go. From the moment Luke goes off to confront Vader, it just kind of goes... Alright, so anyways. Consistent. Alright, so, I'll answer a question while we're here. So, okay, Dr. Witcher did ask a question, and I do want to answer this. Hi, Hazardous. Ooh, that's a Minotaur. It's literally named Minotaur. Do I have a lore thing? Let's see. Oh, well. I do actually like elements of The Last Jedi. I think I've said that before. On the off chance I have to repeat myself on this matter. But, I guess that has nothing to do with anything. So, moving on. Ooh, in the face, Rax. Jesus. I need to pick up some of Rax's teeth off of the ground there. So, subscription model for Crusader Kings 2. So what they do is an interesting model. So let me just go ahead and say, do you have your teeth, Rax? Do you have all your teeth? Crotch. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Gotta move. So I'm actually in favor of their model as long as it's used properly. So let's talk this down. You can buy Crusader Kings 2, and you can buy all of the DLCs for it. And there are quite a few. And this incentivized the devs to keep making DLCs and incentivized the players to keep playing. I don't remember what to do about this one. Oh, right. Anyways, so it's a good thing for that perspective, but it does mean they kind of have to keep producing them. And it allows the player to decide, do I want to just buy the DLC and own this game forever so I could play it 20 years from now, which is what I do. Or do I want to say, you know what, screw this. I just want to play this game right now without buying 15 DLC for $200. I'm going to subscribe. In short, it is actually a decent way of doing what microtransactions should do. It puts the choice of how much you want to pay into your hands. So I think it's a good model overall. However, I think it's extremely easy to screw up and become too greedy or too terrible and all the other things that tend to happen when game companies get involved in things. I'm gonna get hit by that in the face! Ooh, I can't believe that missed me. Yeah, in short, the opposite of Sims 4. Exactly. I should have... Whatever. Okay. Oh, I don't have rescue on my bar because I'm a DPS. Ow! It's okay, Rax. Here, I picked up some of your teeth over here. I got 1, 2... Oh, I think that's 3. Don't worry, though. We can fix this. We can fix this. So Tim says, make your best get. What percentage of FF14's profit is from microtransactions? I'd say probably about 8 to 12%, give or take. I don't have much to go off of in order to explain why I think that, but that's my gauge. Yeah, exactly, Dr. Winter. You get the idea. See, I have no problem paying for the DLCs because I'm not buying all of them in one bundle, am I? I've been buying them slowly over the course of like 10 years, right? I've been slowly buying up all the DLCs so I can have access to all of it long-term and forever. Because I want to be able to play that game 20 years from now. That's usually my mentality. That's why I like to buy physical copies of games, too. Hi, E-Tree. By the way, this is really off topic, but someone actually asked me pretty recently how I was feeling post-surgery. Because they said that they observed that I seem more energetic. So I'm actually going to ask a question of y'all. Do I? Like, do I seem like I'm more energetic nowadays than I used to be? You don't have to answer one way or the other, I'm just curious. Part of why I was reminded of this is because I don't take naps anymore. I don't know if you remember this, but I used to have to. In between my lunch breaks, one of the first things I'd do is I'd get everything set up and I'd lay down. And I'd go be like, alright, I'm out. Bonk! And I'd just chill. Because I had to. I haven't taken a nap since, like, I think since the surgery. It's been a few months. I really like this. I hope you liked Summoner at 60, Linear Ruth, because I'm really liking the added mobility at 60. It's really coming into its own as a class. That's true. I am in a bad mood every now and again. It's time to kill everyone. See, that's not me being in a bad mood. Well, it helps that I'm playing an awesome game with some awesome people, so, you know, that helps my mood. Alright, so next question. Well, we're pushing through some trash. I've already got some thoughts about the dungeon. I think you could guess them. Okay, so what's so wrong with lightning? Okay. What's an analogy I could use? Rather than just saying she sucks and she's shoved into our face over and over, whether we want her to be or not, which is what's wrong with lightning, she's also... Okay. Let me be very clear about something. I don't like using the term Mary Sue, because I think too many people overuse the term Mary Sue. Lightning is a Mary Sue. She is a Megadeth mage warrior who becomes the chosen one of the goddess in order to fight the god, the overgod. Yeah, it doesn't really get bad until the second game, I'm going to be honest about that, but she just goes, woo! In the second game and third game, way off of acceptability range. And that's why I don't like lightning, in a nutshell. Where's the pad? There it is, I see it. Done, Disco! Let's do it! Like, honestly, if the only downside for the Warrior of Light becoming a character is that we have to rely on good writing, I think we're good. Alright, I'm ready. I don't know any of the mechanics, but let's do it! Yeah! Bring down the burn! Bring on the burn! Bring on the burn! Yeah, so this is how... I remember this now. I remember this mechanic. See what they do? This is so cool. At least it will be when it actually goes off. Yeah, don't fall off, by the way. I know what happens at some points. I'm just going to stand over your body until it does. I mean, okay, 100% honesty. I don't like lightning even in 13.1. I don't. But she's not a terrible character, she's just a character I don't like. And there's a distinction there. She becomes a Mary Sue of what the hell is going on in 13.2 and 13.3. Okay, we're a little low on... Okay, no, we're okay. Oh yeah, feel the burst, feel the burst. Awful timing on my rotation. I mean, they really, honestly, over-marketed lightning, which I do think is a problem. Yeah, we move closer. I mean, you saw the frickin' fashion ads she was in, right? Make it? Oh my. Yeah, it's kind of generic, isn't it, Blade Travel? I remember liking Stormbloods, but I guess we'll see when we get there. GG. I like Shadowbringers as well. I, of course, haven't heard Endwalkers yet. Good job, everyone. I'd think at least a positive for that dungeon on the gameplay axis. Yeah, at least Cloud is an interesting character underneath the oversaturation. Lightning was never an interesting character. And then they oversaturated her. Yeah, I agree. 7 is oversaturated. I get it. It's the popular one. But, damn it, you know? Yeah, I was going to say, so we're definitely giving a plus to story for the Fractal Continuum, one way or the other. Let's just lock that in and be done with it. Yeah, you know what? I think I agree with you, Corp. I don't think any individual boss is good enough for a positive, but I think we could argue for 2 positives for the dungeon. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's do that. Done. Good visuals, good music, decent trash design. And fun bosses. There, bam. Alright. Next one up is going to be, I guess it's me. Saint Mocianne. Yeah. So I'm going to do Black Mage next, and sucketh. I'm still getting used to this one, so you're going to have to be patient with me a little bit. Saint Mikar's Clarionor. Boom. What's up, Rex? What's up? I didn't see a don't queue thing, so I just queued. Okay. So offshore Twitch account asks, are you okay with occasionally goofy questions? Occasionally. I will admit I'm not a very goofy person, except when I am. I'm very much a read the room kind of a person. If that makes any sense. It's always adaptive. Always paying attention. So anyways, this is the Arboretum. It's a little overgrown. A little bit. Right, I should read the thing out here aloud. Sorry. You know what the fractal is? We kind of showed that while we were there. This is... the Arboretum was once home to the greatest collection of flora and fauna the realm... Oh god, I'm a black mage. Had ever known. Alas, in the wake of the Exodus, it has been abandoned. Teeming with life, now roaming the halls with reckless abandon, a band of treasure hunters would pierce the heart of this leafy labyrinth in search of treasure, a treasure they claim to be a boon to Idleshire. But will this savage garden yield fortune or folly? Okay, so let's see if I can figure out how to do this. No, I want to start on ice, don't I? So we're gonna do this. Let's practice my rotation a little bit here. This. I gotta watch my mana bars. Weird. We switch over here. Nope. Switch over here. Start with this. That gives us that. Switch over here. I think I need to do fire 3. Hang on, I'm getting it, US Crew. Give me a minute. I'm really not used to this because this is actually pretty different from the 50 rotation. And this is, for all intents and purposes, the first time I've done it. Okay, so we're gonna do. Let's see what our AoE rotation's like. So we got that. That's on. Hey, Jesse Ward. I'm sorry. I swear to God, if I could just cure 3, I'd do it, man. You know it. No hesitation. Free of charge. Done. Go. Be healed. Okay, so we get out of AoE Thought. We get this out. Get some regen going for 2 casts. Switch right back to fire. Looks like our AoE rotation isn't that much different, with one exception. I screwed that up. I needed a flare at the end of that fire chain, it looks like. So we do another fire. One more. Then we flare. Boom. Then we ice. Freeze? Freeze, freeze, freeze. Freeze, freeze, freeze! What's the purpose in freeze? And why is it different from Blizzard 2? Because I remember at 50, freeze is actually useless. Got it. That's the, okay, I don't have a spot for that. We'll put it there. And we'll put that there. Okay, so then we can do this. And then, whoop, no. Open with this. Switch right into a big fire. Right, I get it. I get it. And then we do... I need to macro flare, don't I? Yes, I do. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna make a macro super quick here. Super quick, this won't take me long. That's gonna be triple cast, which I don't have at this level. Ah! Ah! Oh, okay. I'm still gonna do it. I don't have triple cast at this level. I'll hold off on that then. You see what I was thinking, right? That also allows me to put triple cast on a button, so I can put that over there. Oh, hey, boss 1. The Rose Garden. Alright, so we're gonna open with lightning, and then do fire. Oh, no, wrong fire. This fire. There we go. Do the right fire, Lord. Do the right fire. And I don't have, like, any of my stuff yet, so that sucks. Oh, that's extremely bad breath. Listen. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm just gonna stand in this and die. It's the only way. Okay, now this res will get me some mana. Damn it. Okay, hang on. So, now that I have some mana, let's get some mana back. Okay, so let's do this. This. And 1, 2, 3, and then we keep going, I guess. This to refresh. There we go. Hope he's gonna turn this way. Classic game level. Go ahead and pop that. Go ahead and pop this. Switch over to this. Of course it won't last forever. Nothing, no king reigns forever, as the saying goes. Man, I am doing less DPS than Rax right now. I am the worst. It's okay, it's always my experience in a black mage. That's how that works. I mean, I died on purpose to try and see. Whoop. To try and refill my mana. So next fight, I'm going to have to see an actual reading, because that fight, I was just terrible. Not that I know anything about DPS figures. That's not a thing. That's literally an insult, Pillars. I want you to be aware of that. Alright, so I got to remove this. Ugh. Okay, that's the thing that's happening. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, and then we do this. And then we do this. This. I feel like I should swap these two, actually. Let's do And we do this. This. You know, the question queue is just getting bigger, and I'm like, how do I play Black Mage? Oh, God. I'm doing the least DPS even in this AoE pack. Meanwhile, Rax is dead. As he should be. As they all should be. Yeah, I'm just gonna accept my death. With grace and dignity. Ugh. Let's see. Questions. If I've played any Portal 2 fan mods, nope. I just cut off that question right there. Tim says, I seem to remember you said you ordered Steam Deck. Yes. If so, why did you order one? I'm not quite sure I understand the question. It's sort of my job to cover and review things. So I purchased one for the sake of said review and purchase. And if nothing else, it's fine, Rax. I'll just suck. It's so bad, and I need more buttons than I have, which is a common problem in this game, I'll admit, but whatever. Like, I might actually remove some of these from the bar and just stop using them entirely. It's never gonna happen, Rax. The MMO mouse I have, which is actually in that bin over there, along with all the other junk, is gonna stay there forever. We do this. Nope. Then we do this. I might have use for it, Tim. It depends on how it plays, and really the only way to tell that is to do it. No, 3DS is technically the hardest for me to stream. Well, that's not true. PS2 and GameCube are the hardest for me to stream. And then N64. Then 3DS. Okay, so right click. Tell you what, the moment they make an MMO mouse I actually like again, I will buy the crap out of that. Just like I did the last one. This. Swap. This way. Okay, it's good. Good news. I'm now the second lowest DPS in the group. Doing good. Doing good. Barely, and I do mean barely staying ahead of Rax. Just barely. Rax currently has 3 stacks of a poison. That's what Rax is doing. Into the hive. You like bees, right? I think this is only the second time I've ever done this dungeon, too. I never get these dungeons. And I do 50, 60, 70 pretty regularly. Okay, so button. I'm going to try a slightly different rotation. See if this changes up the order a little bit. We're going to pop this up. Immediately switch over here. Ignore that. Everything's cool. All cool here. Okay, good news. I was out DPS'd by Rax in that one. I was actually just thinking about that, USN Corp, but I wasn't sure if that was a loss or a gain. Whoops. I can try that here. Let me just stand here in combat for a minute. Can I hit them from up here? I can. Oh my god. Oh, anyways, boss time. All right, so I got this. I got this. So let's see if we can do this. We're gonna do that. Then we're gonna do the Blizzard 4. 1 Blizzard 4. Switch to Fire 3. Get the stacks up for Fire 4. We're gonna do 2 Fire 4s. And we'll do a Flare. We're gonna get hit by stuff. We're gonna do Blizzard right again. Go right into Blizzard 4. Go back into Fire 3, into Fire 4. Let's see what our numbers are like when we do this rotation. Well, I don't have the single target thing. What do you want from me? Ah! 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 I can't target this, can I? Nope. Okay, whatever. Why is this boss music playing? Oh, wrong button. I don't actually know which level I get the single target flare at. It's not now. So I don't have single target flare yet. $72! God damn it! Okay, whatever. Let's see if this is a DPS increase. We're gonna do it. Oh yeah! That's just wonderful. Quick, I need to check the numbers. The good news is I'm dead. That's the best news right there. I'm just gonna be over here. Yep. Just gonna stand here. Just gonna stand here for a second. Okay. Let's do this. With lowered stats. Let's see if I can increase my DPS at what? Why are you targeting me, you assholes? You dickbags! And now there's poison on my freaking ley line. You asshole! You. Oh wow! All right, I'll throw down ley line and really get some DPS numbers going. Die! Oh, wow. That was great. Okay. Next boss. I'm going to get some real numbers with ley line. It's going to happen. It's going to be a thing. It's going to be great. I'm going to put out numbers that are better than the healer's doing. I'm going to out-DPS the healer. It's going to happen. You watch! I'm going to make it happen. Whoops, I started wrong. I need to start over here. There we go. Get that up. This up. 1. Or 2, apparently. Another 1. And then flare in the face. I'm not moving. I'm not moving. Screw it. Screw it. I refuse to move. I refuse to move. Healers adjust! Turret mode has been engaged. This is a nice dungeon, by the way. I mean that. I know I'm not doing a lot of commentary, but a lot of it's just repetition at this point. There's some good stuff here. I especially like the trash packs. A little too many of them for my taste, if I'm being completely honest. But I'll move out of that. But I can live with it. Flare. I'll do this for free. Then I get aggro? Why? Ah! Why? What did I do to you? Also on the wrong spell cycle. God dang it. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Okay. We'll do this. It's a good song. I like it. Two areas with good songs and good visuals in a row. Not too shabby. Obviously, ideally, Every place would have good music and good songs, but whatever. This is so much better now that I have the 4s and 3s. I'm gonna have to see what you were talking about, US Corp, because admittedly I was looking at the background at that point and not paying attention to the numbers. I was too distracted by the pretty visuals to do my job properly. Hashtag relatable. Here, let's pop a thing. Let's do this. Let's see what we can manage, shall we? Yeah, welcome to the tank's life, Rex. Enjoy. So let's see what this leaves us with. It does leave us with mana. How interesting. You're right. So, I'm going to ask the dumb question. What is it that reduced the mana there? Mana cost from the first flare, excuse me. Or was it because I used one of my ice picks to cast the flare? Okay, yeah, that's what it is. But now it's time for the most terrifying foe of all. That one trash mob from Castlevania. I'm serious, this is a regular enemy in Castlevania. Okay, so I'm going to try to actually do some numbers in 60 seconds when Ley Lines comes back up. God damn it. Over here. Get this going. Well, at least my Ley Line wasn't up. That's something. Nope, nope. I'm going to try something here. Wrong button. There we go. Oh, the wrong buttons. Okay, here we go. I refuse to move. I will endure. Oh, hey, there's the Ley Lines. No! Damn it! Didn't manage to out DPS Keep out there. I don't think that's happening. Yeah, no. Yeah. Waste of time. Out I go. That hurt a little. Meanwhile, Keep is like, I'm gonna let Lore die. Just to make sure I can screw up his DPS. No! I take it back, Keeper. Don't let me die. Oh, I'm on the wrong... God, I'm completely on the wrong rotation. I didn't mean what I said. I was trying something different, USN Corp, to see if it was any better, which... I mean, it was, but I think that's more because I was being more optimized in general. Still, I barely out-DPS'd the healer in that fight. Flex! Not that I use those kind of things. I think I get a general idea. It feels wrong not having Despair. I feel like Despair would complete the rotation based on how I was going through that. Basically, the same rotation I was doing with the AoE stuff, except Despair instead of Flare for the single target stuff. I think that would really complete it. And yeah, 72! So we can't even just judge that until we get to Shadowbringers, for God's sakes. Still, Black Mage is notably better at 60 than at 50. And I will give it that. Question is it positive worthy? At 60. We don't have Xenoglossy. We don't have the ability to move our ley lines. And we don't have Despair. Or Between the Lines, which is the thing I just mentioned. We also don't have triple cast. Sorry, Silver Mask, you caught me in the middle of a billion things. I don't even notice. Was it a sub? Nope, there it is. It was a direct donation. I see it. Thank you, Silver Mask, very much. I didn't see it at all. Thank you for checking with me. Always check with me. Much appreciated. I will put that towards Dishonored 2. An awesome game I can't wait to review. I imagine it's going to be 100+ range. You know, this is going to sound really weird, but yeah, I think actually Black Mage at 60 is moved up to the quality of being a wash. I think that it is improved from 50, absolutely. But I think it's not there yet. You know, I don't think it's a complete class yet, my opinion. I know that sounds insulting, and it kind of is. And I do honestly think I'm getting more of a feel for it now that I have the abilities I didn't have. But, again, that makes it better, not good. You know what I mean? So that's going to be my judgment on Black Mage for now. Next one I'm going to try out is Ninja, where I'm going to do no DPS whatsoever. I mean, arcane games tend to be legit, Finny Hori, so I agree with that completely, Tim. Let me know when you're good, Rax, with the you-know-whats and the totally can't names it. Oh, yeah, I need to give a plus for that dungeon we just did, because it was actually pretty good. I gotta remember how to spell it. Hang on, so that's Saint Mocianne. No idea how to pronounce that. Not as good as the Fractal Continuum, I think, but still definitely positive worthy. So I think Sirius is next. This is going to be fun. This is another one I almost never get. In fact, I think of this list, the only one I've done regularly is Anti-Tower. Huh. I've obviously done all this crap, because I've got check marks next to them, so I have done all of these, double-checking. Yep, nope, I've done them all. Okay, whatever. Pharos Sirius, the pride of Limsa Lumensa, is yet again in peril. The fine men and women of Naldic and Vermelis were restoring the interior when they were taken by surprise by a pack of kobolds and their explosive arsenal. Barely escaping with their lives, the smiths... Oh my god, it's Rydia! No! Hi, Rydia. Barely escaping with their lives, the smiths sounded the alarm on a worrying plethora of bombs scattered throughout the lighthouse. Maelstrom Command has enlisted our aid, but to proceed with caution. With one misplaced explosion... Oh, I should totally have gone Black Mage for this one. With one misplaced explosion, Pharos Sirius could be blown to smithereens! Oh, I hit the wrong button. I'm so smart! Alright, so Ninja without Mudra. This should be fun. Because I don't get that ability. Oh, no, I have it. It's at 60. Yes. So I'm just going to use no Mudra whatsoever. This should be great. Alright. While we wait on Reggie to do his thing, you know, honestly, Blade Traval, maybe it wouldn't be a bad thing. Let's see here. So, this was Summoner. Yeah, no, I can't, Rax. That is what it is. It's not. There's no solution for that. So I'm going to do my best. Andros will not have his way with me. So, do you think there's ever been a time that a game has suffered from having too much money? Okay, so other than going to the obvious low-hanging fruit of Star Citizen, there have been several games over the years which have had too much money thrown at them, which has caused too many problems. It really has been an issue. See, there's a knockoff effect that many people aren't even aware of, that most people don't even think about. If you have more money involved in your game, that means more people are invested in your game. Oh, I need to do this. I need to do this. Come on. There we go. More people are invested in your game succeeding. Now you might think, well, yeah, but no, that's a problem. That's a bad thing. We talk about design by committee. The reason design by committee exists is because a large number of people want a safe bet. Remember, they don't want you to take risks. They don't want you to try new and interesting things with your game design. They want you to do the straight and narrow, boring, bottom of the line, make money thing. They want a safe bet. And so the more money involved... What is doing the sound effect? Is that me? No, it's the thing. Okay. They want the safe bet, and that means several games have suffered for it. And yeah, it's exactly why game formulas exist as a concept. Because those are the ones that were good, and then were repeated. You're absolutely right. And yeah, the Ubisoft open world, in general, is a great example of this. The Ubisoft open world. Keep in mind, I actually enjoy quite a few Ubisoft games, but they still suffer from the formulaic problem. It's just to varying degrees, depending on the game in question. Yes, because it's free damage in the middle of all this nonsense. Good news is I'm already doing more damage without Mudras than I was on my Black Mage. Like I said, it's not the formula that's really the problem. That's why I couch that a little bit. There's a difference between Assassin's Creed 4 and Assassin's Creed Unity. To use a direct example, both games use the same formula. But one of them is the best Assassin's Creed game, and the other one is Assassin's Creed Unity. You know? Oh, safe spot. Boss 1. Oh, I remember this guy. Time to die. This is, I mean, I think Unity might actually be the worst Assassin's Creed game I've reviewed. Even counting the fact that some of those are outdated at this point, I think I still stand by that. Yeah, that's just a mess. Worst map in the history of the Assassin's Creed series, disinteresting story, bad story pacing, bad story sequencing, don't know what to do about that mechanic, I guess I'll just go kill it. Just so much blah. So much blah. Couple cool ideas, as is per usual. Put this on racks. Oh, it doesn't do it that way. I was just trying to be a dick anyways. Actually, yeah, Assassin's Creed Origin and Assassin's Creed Odyssey is an even better example. Same exact formula. I really liked one of them. I refused to finish the other one. That says all I think it needs to be said. Unity was, France. Yeah, I know, right, Jesse? That's the thing that really pisses me off about Unity, is it had so much potential. And it's just, nope. Let's make up an ability. Whatever that is. Real quick, someone who knows Ninja, what's the best single target attack for Mudra at 60? What's the combo, is what I'm trying to ask. Blue, orange, and that's it? Lightning? Okay. I can do that. Hey, Evo, how'd it go? Tell me everything about your terrible, terrible writing. I'm joking, but I would like to know. Okay, so, blue, orange. I'll tell you one thing that I do like about Ninja. It has great viscerality. Most classes in FF14 look and sound cool, but Ninja just has a really good cool factor. Probably only surpassed by, like, Samurai. Just... So, blue, orange, yellow is Trick Attack, which is debuff. Okay. So should I be using Trick Attack instead? Question mark? Oh, there it is. I do not have it on my bar. What do you know? There. But that only lasts for 15 seconds, though. Okay. See how we manage it. Literally mouse clicking my mudras, but that's okay, because I can mouse click, single click. That's something I can do. That's why they're up here in the mouse territory. Alright, well, let's see how this works. It's gonna be interesting. Congrats, Evo. Nope, no, it's good. We're just gonna use the 2 mudras, ever. 2 mudras! And have an awesome song playing. God damn it, Pharos. I mean, so far this is already a better dungeon than, you know, Pharos, so... I'll take it. God damn it. Yeah, the shame of it is the concept of the combo system is awesome, in my opinion. In fact, it's exactly, if you were paying attention, how I would design the healer I would add to this game, is this kind of combo system. Combo's the wrong word, but you know what I mean. Formula might be a better word. Oh, well. I guess we'll do it this way. It's just, you know, I'm never going to play Ninja after this. Yeah, kind of, exactly. Kind of exactly. It's not partially exactly. It's kind of exactly. I should answer a question over here. Let's see. Let's see here. How handsome do I think the average Eorzean thinks my character is? That's a good question. Hey, Bragwin, how handsome am I? Alright, what's a bad game mechanic that if you had in real life would piss you off the most in a why give me this kind of a way? Like if you could turn into a werehog. Okay, hear me out. Imagine if real life had solo-only encounters. I know what you're thinking. It does, but no, like, imagine going to the grocery store and being like, sis, could you stay in the car? I gotta go grocery shopping. Yeah, sure. Just picture it for a second. Okay, so... Oh, that's the wrong one. That's the other way, isn't it? Yeah, the other way. Yeah, there we go. There's water attack. There's that attack. Ah, I see what you say every minute. Okay, okay. using the generic... Oh, right. I guess this makes sense because we're in Pharos, but, you know. Some kind of logic to that. Well, so far I'm out DPSing my Black Mage despite having even less of an idea of what I'm doing. And having problems with everything else. Not a good sign, if I'm being honest. Hey, little Billy. That's right. Again. Yes. Let's see. Questions. When you talk trash about this game, do you mean how they look and stuff? I don't understand that question, Disco. Question mark. What is the best Star Wars film? Empire Strikes Back. No question whatsoever. Nothing even comes close. I honestly think Empire Strikes Back is in another category of the rest of the Star Wars films, and I mean that sincerely. It's an extraordinarily well-constructed film on almost every level, with very few flaws to it. Let's see. What is the worst thing an individual has done for science? And does that answer change if used as a group for individuals? Yes, but I'm just going to keep that in the realm of fiction, if that's okay. The worst thing done for science, and I mean this with total certainty, is Aperture Science in the Portalverse. In all of the horrible, evil things we've done for science, in FF7, in this game, in the Warcraft backstory with the Night Elves and all the crap they got up to, like, of all of the various problems and horribleness that has happened as a consequence of that, no one has ever done it for stupider or more horrible reason than Aperture Science, which did it just for frickin' cuz. And they did some truly horrific stuff, if you actually sit and think about it. And they effectively set up their own form of hell. An endless, eternal hell that just kind of perpetuated forever. For literally centuries, depending on who you ask. You know, I just realized I'm not even Linnelly's dance partner. Sadness. I'm not good enough to dance with. No wonder my DPS is so low. No, I'm joking. Okay, so let's see. Questions. All MMOs are dead. A new MMO is being made with the promise that it will combine the universe of all those MMOs together. That sounds awful. Which company do you entrust with the best hope of success? Okay. I think Rax is actually with me on this one. I mean this sincerely. This team. This specific team. FF14's Unit 3 or whatever. Now, I wouldn't want to foist that upon them. That sounds like horrible. But they're the only ones who would come even close, I think. Other than me, obviously. I could do it. Okay, so trash mobs in dungeon... Oh, God, Disco. Okay, I'm going to summarize that answer, if that's okay. The combination of which mobs are with which other mobs, how many of which mobs are there, which bundle of mobs are next to which other bundle of mobs, the distribution and pacing of them, how much they impact the background, how much they impact the story. All of these things are things that go into trash design, as well as other variables like, for example, where the hell's the boss? There it is. Whether or not they do any tutorialization, whether they inform gameplay or mechanics, stuff like that. All of that stuff goes into trash design. Honestly, most of FF14's trash is not great, but that's true for most MMOs in general, so that's neither here nor there. Okay, so we're going to do this, this, we're going to get this buff up, and then we're going to do this way, I think. Do this, there we go, and then that! Alright, then we hit this, and then we wail on his face! Yeah, no, I agree. Trash mobs should never be trash, that's exactly right. Trash mobs should always be encounters. They should always be designed, just like any other encounters. The best trash are enemies you would never even think are trash mobs. 14 does this occasionally. And so does WoW. WoW probably has the best overall trash design when it comes to raids, specifically, and dungeons, because they usually do exactly what I said. They design it. They turn it into part of the encounter design, as it should be. Now, Star Trek Online, to use another example, Star Trek Online has trash. The actual trash fights, they're just there. At least in ground battles. There's nothing different from them. They might as well all be merged into one big gray morass of nothing. There is zero design to them. By contrast, in Star Trek Online's space encounters, there is no such thing as trash. Every encounter in Star Trek Online is a manually crafted experience which has its own encounter design to it, which is kind of awesome. No two encounters in STO are really going to come across the same way. This fight. That was interesting timing. But it worked! Oats! A little bit more! Trying to, USN Corp, trying to. I'm trying to get a real 5 for this so I can actually give it a real judgment. Like, I'm never going to play main for this, that's just set in stone. But I think I've at least got a feel for how it actually flies, so to speak. Apologies, that was my stepmother asking how I was because of my health over the last few weeks. Good job, everyone, by the way. I think it's, once again, so that dungeon didn't do great, but it was definitely better than Sirius. Regular Sirius. I think I could once again swing a positive for that. Yeah, it's a good remix of the dungeon, and the boss fights are way better. Speaking of which, hang on, time to judge Ninja. This is going to sound awful, because this is probably the most confusing sentence I've ever said. This is actually really fun at 60. So let me talk about this out for just a second. Just to really talk about this. So we've got the base combo, which is the base combo. That's whatever, it doesn't matter. We've got the buff combo, which is the buff combo. It doesn't really matter. But then when you start layering the mudras, so the mudras have a 20-second recharge time. That means you can get 3 mudras in per minute, which is important. Now, Dream Within a Dream is a wonderfully fun attack, which has a minute cooldown. Trick Attack is the debuff thing, which also does more damage from rear, which has a minute cooldown. And you see how all of this stacks on top of itself nicely. Now, obviously, there is such a thing as drift. We've actually never talked about this on camera, because you can only there's only so much you can do to perfectly optimize your rotation. Bosses move. You hit a button a few seconds late or a few milliseconds too late. Sometimes there's server lag. But the general idea is you can neatly fit your combos into your timers for your cooldowns. It's chunk, 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 like that right there in the 3 chunks of 20-second timers. And that's actually kind of awesome and even fun. And I'm with it, actually. I enjoy it. By the way, hang on, it's actually even cooler than that. So something that Blizzard does actually get credit for this one. Blizzard introduced the idea of charges. Charges is one of the best ideas they've ever invented, and I mean that with total sincerity. Because charges changes so much of the dynamic of how cooldown abilities work. So, oh yeah, that's right, there's also Kasatsu, which I should have used and I didn't. But anyways, point being, charges means as long as it's on recharge, you're being efficient with its usage, and you don't have to think about its usage in quite the same... I'm explaining this so badly, so I'm just going to move on. Charge is good. Okay, let's just move that on. So what that means is with the mudras on charges, as long as you have at least 1 mudra on cooldown, you are, for all intents and purposes, being efficient in its utilization, because the cooldown restore doesn't change whether you're using 1 or 2, I think. I don't know if I actually know if that works that way in Death 14. I should probably check with that before I verify that. But yeah, exactly. Charges means you can be efficient with exactly when you use it. So let me explain what I'm talking about in another MMO. WoW, because that's the easiest one. So in WoW, charges don't start regenning. The timer that starts a regen's charge is when the previous charger has finished charging. So what that means is, let's say I've got a 10-second timer and 2 charges. So I use one. 10 seconds starts ticking by. If I use the second one at any point within these 10 seconds, I'm being 100% efficient, because it will change my cooldown usage not at all. And when it finishes, it'll start the second charge. Make sense? So what this does is it moves the range of efficiency out and allows you to precisely place it where and when you need to. That is such a good change. This is why charges are so good right here. This is such an awesome decision. And so, yeah, I was able to line things up with Trick Attack and with Dream Within a Dream and with all sorts of things. It's an awesome feature, and I love it. So, yeah, ninjas at 60 are actually pretty good. Holy crap. They really came into their own with regards to here. I agree. Moving more abilities on charges is a good thing. What I just said is only one of the benefits of charges. There are others. Yeah, no kidding, Astrologian. Okay, so plus to ninja. Awesome. Now I want to try out Dragoon. I'm looking forward to judging Dragoon at 60. In whatever dungeon's next. Hang on, what is next? The Lost City of Amdapor. Let's do it. Let's do it. Hang on, let me do this. I'm trying to say Amdapor, even though it's the dumbest name ever made ever. Super dumb. I know, right, Mirkai? It's just whatever. I enjoy Astrologian. Don't mistake me, but it needs a rework. All right, so Lost City, bam. By the way, so far, the highest DPS I've been doing by a decent margin is Summoner. Make of that what you will. That might just be me. I do know Summoner reasonably well. But, yeah. So I was pulling some averages out, and I tried to ignore trash packs, because trash packs really skew the numbers. So, single target average, 570 on Summoner, 440 on Black Mage, 458 on Ninja. Not that I track those kind of things. Yeah, it's not as good as it could be. Linley over there is averaging about 580, for example. Yeah, my Abacus, I do it so fast you don't even see it happen. I'm secretly the Flash. Alright, Dragoon at 60, so let's see how this plays. Because I don't have the really unique, the really great thing yet, I know that. Oh, I would wreck face a Samurai. I'm actually good at Samurai. And it's a raw DPS, so... The Flash... Well, it depends on which Flash, Ross. By the way, if you're wondering what ability I'm referring to, it's the thing where your two combos link into each other. I don't remember what it's called. And I know I don't have it now because I just did it and it didn't happen. Whoops. I don't have my second AoE. Oh god, I don't have my second AoE. Oh, why are Dragoons so terrible? Well, no, I have Wheeling Thrust and Fang and Claw. What I don't have is the thing that loop them into each other. Like, you do your one... You do whatever that's called, and whatever that's called, and whatever that's called, and then Fang and Claw, and then Wheeling Thrust, and then 1, and then F, and then B, and then Wheeling Thrust, then Fang and Claw. And they loop. But you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. That's, in my opinion, the official moment at which Dragoon really comes into its own. We keep talking about how each of the classes, all of them really, have a specific point at which they really come into their own. For me, that's when Dragoon comes into its own, is when you get that loop. Because otherwise I'm just sitting here hitting Z. Lance Mastery, 64. Okay, so we'll get that in Stormblood. Nice. A little late, you know, whatever. Dragoon overhaul win. Anyways, so I'm going to answer some questions while we kill some trash. Sorry, phone. Again, stepmother is worried about me. So, admittedly, you're right, overhaul does mean that, and I should use more clear terminology. Revamp? Because I think Black Mage and Dragoon are both good classes when they get there, and that's the problem. And that's the thing I think needs a revamp. Yeah, that's just a little silly. Oh, just keep skills while synced. I mean, I'm okay with them taking their time on the revamps because they have proven that they can do good revamps. And as always, I would rather the real-life people who are the developers, you know, don't burn themselves out pulling a me, you know what I mean? So I'm okay with them taking some time on the revamps, because I do think several classes could use one, not just Black Mage and Dragoon. I mean, White Mage, hello? White Mage doesn't even get freaking any of its iconic abilities until, what, like 60-something? Somewhere in the Stormblood range. That's not true. It gets one of its iconic abilities at 60, which is the one Lily user. I don't remember how to fight this guy, so we'll see how this works out. Alright, so let's do some single target deeps. Put this in. See what we can do here. Yeah, Yoshi P actually cares about his peeps. I should know because I secretly am Yoshi P. Hey, I'm actually the dance partner this time. Holy crap. I feel so honored. Weird boss song right here. How else do you think I maintain the illusion of my disguise, USN Corp? I have to pretend to suck. Otherwise people will know my true identity. I really don't remember how these things work. Okay, it looks like he's aiming his AoEs at him. That's about all I got on that front. Oh, based on where I was looking. Or where I am looking? That's interesting. No, it's where I was. Yeah, I'm gonna get hit by that. Sorry. I was in the middle of a jump. I was animation locked. I plead the Physith. This. Must do more damage. Must ignore ad. Must do damage. Must parse. Ah! Must stand in hell. Must attack Rex. While parsed. While parsing. Must parse. I mean, hi, what's up? I would never do that. Hey, I'm facing the right way even. It's gonna hit you in the face, by the way, Rex. So you're aware. But we got a nice corner over here. On purpose. Let me beat Summoner! Well, I beat Summoner. And I screwed up, too. So that's not too shabby. Oh yeah, why are we here? Let's read the lore for this place. So, the reason we're back here is because there's a dragon up there and they want us to die. Alright, hang on. Following the defeat of Diablos, the unnatural Paul choking the crumbling ruined city of Amdapor was lifted, and tranquility restored to the 12s went, or so it seemed! When the hearers entered the ruins, however, they scarce began consigning the stones to the forest when the elemental allies fled in sudden panic. By the spirit's agitated whispers did the seed seers learn a daunting and hostile presence. Unable to complete their ritual of cleansing, once more the Pajals have called upon your aid. Once more you must delve into the deep inside the ancient city's husk and purge its withered heart of an unknown evil. Can you fall off here? Okay, no. By the way, something approaching an actual mechanic. Not quite, but, you know, it's there. We're getting there. I mean, I haven't died yet, but, you know. Okay. Let's answer some questions while we kill some void monks. Let's see here. Okay. Favorite space battle in Star Wars? I'm open this question for everyone if you haven't already answered it, because it looks like they did too. Favorite space battle in Star Wars? That's a tough one. Ooh, let me think about that. Yeah, admittedly, Battle of Coruscant's one of the first ones that comes to my mind. I've heard people bash it, and frankly, the reasons I usually hear them bash it for are, in my opinion, stupid. The Battle of Coruscant's legit. There is a lot going on, but if you actually pay attention and you know, really watch it, there's a lot of very clear thought and effort put into who's doing what and where. Even for something that's only on the screen for like 6 seconds. That being said, there's also the Battle of Endor and the CGI, the remastered Battle of Yavin. And I specifically do say the remastered Battle of Yavin, because frankly, the original Battle of Yavin kind of sucked. But the new visuals and the new direction and cinematography on display, that's one of the very, very rare cases where I think the special editions were demonstrably better than the original, was specifically the Battle of Yavin. Like, that's just kind of awesome, you know? IMO. So those three would probably be towards the top of mine with regards to, you know, awesome battles that are... I'm limiting myself to stuff that's on screen, by the way. Hey, look, it's totally not spoilering. I'm not going to say anything about this fight. We're just going to move on. Off-screen battles? Oh, that's a much harder question. Because there's a lot of really awesome off-screen battles in that franchise. Come on. Come on. Oh, jeez. Yes, this is foreshadowing. Get it? Oh, we have dance up. Boom. No! Get down here and die. Yep, we made it to Shadowbringers. Sorry, everyone. Sorry. For lighting. There you go. Perfect. Let's see. I think... I don't remember who's supposed to take the orbs in this version. I've only gotten this place like twice. This is like my 3rd time in here. I'll eat that. Ugh. Screwed up. Oh, hello. Got this. Power. I need to watch that show again. Did you notice they... So, I'm sorry. Completely off-topic thing. Did you see that they took Top Gear off of Amazon Prime? It's still there, you just have to buy it. It's no longer part of Amazon Prime video thing. I'm so mad about that. I was in the middle of going back through it, too. Ugh. Anyway, sorry. Rant off. Yeah, they took Trek off, too. Why they did it, I'm not sure. Like, some cases it makes sense. Like, Trek, the license ran out. But why Top Gear? I don't know. And then again, they have to license Top Gear as well, so maybe that is exactly why. And I don't know. Oh, me too, Disco. I love this Hullbreaker gun. That's... Go, Netflix. Save us from other people who suck. Alright, whatever. Yeah, Netflix also sucks. That's the shame of it. I would honestly say that Netflix is better than 15 different people trying to do their own crap, but... Yeah, it's not like Netflix is good. It's just... You know... You remember when Blockbuster decided not to do an online, rental streaming service like Netflix because they thought there was no money in it? Good times. Anyways. I'm not making that up, by the way. Hello. One of those things. Yeah, I have all the Blu-rays too, but I technically have a Blu-ray player, but it's an external. I'd have to hook it up, and it's just not worth my time and effort to do so. How's this elf die already? Jesus. Down, boy. That ability's name is Neck Splinter. I think you should be aware of that. I could use my PS4 for the same purpose. It came to that. I can't think of a really good... There's so many off-camera battles in Star Wars. I can't pick one. I'm just gonna pass on the question. There's too many. Favorite Dwayne and Brando song? Ooh. About that for a minute. I'm gonna go with Super Mario Brothers 3, I think. Yeah. Yeah, commit. Mario Brothers 3. Let's see. Next question. Best boss theme in Final Fantasy is the... So, okay, hang on. I'm going to limit myself there by not getting hit by this. And I'm going to go ahead and only go with the regular boss, like default bosses. So just basic boss songs. In which case my answer is Final Fantasy IV. Which just has such an awesome boss theme to this very day. That works very, very well and does everything it needs to with the right tempo and usage and properly. All the things I talked about when we were doing the FF4 music comparison. If you mean any boss whatsoever, I will also pick an FF4 song, because that will be the 4 frickin' themes. Fiends. Speaking of four lighting, for shadow lighting, God, I don't know. Let's see, next question. Character A is the most boring character you've ever seen. Character B is the most irritating character you've experienced. The game places you to play as Character B for an hour. How many negatives does it get? How many minutes does it take Character A to get the same number of negatives? In other words, you're trying to force me to give an answer to the what's worse, boring, or bad. And I'm not going to give an answer to that, because the problem is, as much as you've given me a nice, linear, neutral question, it actually does depend. It depends on how boring they are. Depends on how irritating they are, and why, and how, and whatnot. And of course, there's always the multiplicative factor to keep in mind, which is, of course, whether or not a character, like, you don't like or are irritated by, continues to be irritating, and continues to be on your screen. See Xenos, for a good example of one of the things that I dislike about that. And frankly, Ranjit qualifies as well. And where'd you go? No! Come back! Come back. What do I have Cure for? was an easy boss. God damn it. Well, I'm just gonna stand in it. Screw it. See, the easiest way to explain that, Mr. Red, is imagine Ranjit, except you get 3 expansions of him. And that's Ranjit. Or rather, Xenos. And that's why I hate Xenos so damn much. We'll see what we think of him when we get there, because obviously we're not there yet. That might be a thing. I'm not sure. I was wondering if that was a Dorito. And I decided to err on the side of caution and be like, no, it's got the circle around it. So that's probably a getaway. It looked like a Dorito. I don't know. It did hurt like hell. We'll see how Xenos holds up in review. I spit a lot of venom at him, but even he didn't make me quit the game. So, we'll see. Ranjit is still stupid, though. He's a negative. Eat it. Must torture Reggie to maintain parse. Must surpass... I don't think I'm going to surpass Summoner here. I really don't. Yeah. Actually, I've known quite a few people who like Xenos. Almost. Still, pretty decent numbers there. Ranjit sucked because of everything, if I can just be blunt about that. That's the problem with Ranjit. And I mean that. Gameplay, story usage, application, overusage. Just, yeah, no. A closer inspection suggests the scarlet-hued gems on its hands and breast were responsible for breathing life into the stone. Interesting. So we did it. We beat the Lost City. It's weird, though. Why would there be such an imbalance in the ether there as to cause so much light-aspected ether? Huh. Well, whatever. Anyways, next one's going to be Hullbreaker Isle. Hard. I don't remember that one. That's not Gorilla, right? We already did Gorilla. Yeah, Xenos was popular enough to be featured as a main character in 3 expansions. Well, a major character in 3 expansions. Enough said. Put into Dissidia. I mean, at this point, that's an insult being put into Dissidia. NT, at least. No, I'm gonna finally switch off of DPS and become what I was always destined to be! A scholar! Why is Xenos popular? I honestly have no idea. Damn it. I'm even spelling Amdapor wrong. Shut up, Valvidrix. Someone go kill Valvidrix for me, just real quick. Go blue today. Alright, Hullbreaker Heart. Let's do this. Let's do this. To the chagrin of countless treasure hunters, the golden coffer of the legendary Mistbeard was not to be found on Hullbreaker Isle, and so, like the mists which had withdrawn to reveal the isle, so did the ambitious souls depart to seek fame and fortune elsewhere, following to quietly petition Admiral Merlwyb for permission to repurpose it as a training ground for Maelstrom recruits. The Storm Marshal would have you be the first to brave this gauntlet, that you might pit yourself against the Isle's fearsome fauna and the Maelstrom's elite, and in so doing rouse their spirits. Will you give the Storm Officers a... Why are all of these Maelstrom? Will you give the Storm Officers a beating they will not soon forget? Or will they stand triumphant at last and shout they have bested the Warrior of Light? Questions. How many buttons minimum would an MMO need to receive 3 negatives for blow? WoW BC. So, I should explain that a little bit. You know how in FF14 you have like Fire 1, Fire 2, Fire 3, Fire 4, but they're actually different spells? Imagine if every 3 or 4 levels you got Fire 2, and then Fire 3, and then Fire 4, and then Fire 5, and then Fire 6. Now hang on, it gets worse. Each new spell has a higher attack spell rating, but also takes longer to cast, and costs more mana. So even a brain-dead moron could see that there's actually a viable reason to go ahead and have... to keep some of the lower-level spells on your bar. For quick casting, or for proc hunting, or for all kinds of other things, right? You get the idea. So there's a lot of benefit to doing that, which means, yeah, especially healers. Healers, it was mandatory to usually have 3 or 4 greater heals on your bar at once. Buttons. This button. There we go. So hang on. So this is the new one, and then we've got this is new, and looks like this is new. Okay. And then we've got this is still here. They never knew what hit them. Not that I'm surprised it's a handful of raptors had given you trouble. Gods know what they've done to the rest of us. That doesn't surprise me, Rax. I'm actually familiar with Dragoon. That's... Go figure. Whoops, I need to be up here, don't I? Whoa! Okay. That's... I can work with that. Don't think I can work with that. I can try. Dissipation. Oh, it's right here. I'm still not sure what the point of that ability is. I still don't really get it, but, you know, whatever. I'll figure it out. Just trying out some abilities here, don't mind me. We got that. That's gonna cause the... That's a long-ass cooldown, too. I like the music. Dealing with the unpredictability of fiery brutes. Sharpens the reflexes, so we'll get him nice and angry for you. This guy. Sorry, pick up the pace, soldier. These ain't even small fry. Or these aren't even the small fry. Tap into those primeval instincts. Eye of the curl. Speaking of which, let loose the curls. That's one of the benefits of training on the island. No shortage of creatures ready to rip you to shreds. Now you'll have it nice and limbered up. We'll let you loose on the more civilized targets. Dun, dun, dun. No, I took bio off the ball. Because it's right there. One of the reasons I don't like scholars, I don't like DPSing on scholar. Let's look at this. But sure, we'll practice DPSing for a minute. Behold! Behold the power! The Sanguine Sirens are turbo dead. You remember them? They were part of the Culinarian quest chain. Oh no, more of them! There's too many of them! They're coming out of the walls! You. No, they're coming for me. They're coming right for me. No. Help me. Help me. It's okay, I've got Broil now. I'll eat that. Or I'll not eat it. What is this, Alexander with all these trash bosses? I guess ad bosses. Oh yeah, no, I actually get tired of the sound effect of Ruin. Legitimately. When we were playing Scholar earlier and also Arcanist, I actually got to the point where I was like, ugh, just because of the repeated sound effect of Ruin. No joke. I mean, Bio has a cool sound effect in FF6 too. And in FF4, actually, although it was called Virus back then, but whatever. Right, I'm gonna need y'all to take some damage. No, don't actually do that. It's just... wow. Anyways, questions. Let's see. No, no, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Ah! Oh, you are so dead. You realize that, right? I don't even know what half my buttons do. Okay, so what's this do? Okay, so it looks like I want to do that, but that does, no, yeah, that does do an AoE. Okay, so we're gonna do this, and then I'm gonna hit this, and then this, and then this. This, and then this. Now we're just gonna keep some bubbles up for a minute. Oh, that comes back fast. Look at that. Oh. Okay. Have the bubbles! All the bubbles! No DPS, though. It's against my contract, the DPS. That doesn't use Aether. Does this use Aether? Yep, that's an Aether use. Instacast AoE. Yeah, that sounds like Aether. Aether. Whatever. Yeah, I'm not even trying. Fine, fine. I'll hit 3 a bunch. Yeah, it looks like Excogitation will be an Aether ability. I just don't have it yet. I was gonna say, it actually feels like this isn't super different to 50. Which means all the negatives for everyone's favorite healer class. Honestly, I think I'm probably just gonna call it a wash. It's not actually that great, and it's not that bad, and frankly, it's not all that different at 60. It's got a couple of spell differences, and doesn't really change its functionality at all. I don't even have the fairy bar yet. When do you get the fairy bar? Anybody know off the top of their heads? 70! Wow. Whoa! 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 Careful there, buddy. Careful there. Let's Now you're trying to give me something to do. So I'm going to go ahead and admit something stupid. I don't even know how to use Fairy Bar off the top of my head. I'll figure it out at some point. It's my gerb. Okay, I'm going to stay on the DPS bar this time. While we fight Welk. Okay, now, when it retreats its head, don't hit it. I remember this. I've fought this boss before. That's it? It's like a... That's not good. Okay, that's a distance break. Sorry. I was reading. Just gonna pop this, and then this. Megavolt! I guess I want to not be in the water. That feels like... Maybe? No, I apparently wanted to be in the water. Okay, whatever. Of course I want to be in the water for lightning. What else would I want to be? That makes no sense. Oh, it's slime. Okay, well, that changes everything, then. Slime is much less conductive. Yeah. Sorry, Lily. Yeah, there we go. I'm just gonna stand still. Oh yeah, that's hurt. That's hurt. Ooh, okay. Just gonna heal through it. God, it was animation locked. That's hysterical. God damn it, that's Megavolt again. Whatever. Okay, I'm gonna stop trying to DPS. DPS mode, disengage. Let's just get caught up a little bit here. Anyways, let's see here. Do I think FF14 will last forever? No. Do you think it'll stay good until it dies? I'll defer that to the chat. What do you think? Do you think FF14 will remain good until it dies? There's only two routes. There's only two ways that goes. Something gets cut off before it starts getting bad, or something gets cut off long after it's become bad. That tends to be the pattern. See Star Trek. All of them, for a good example of that. I agree, though. I have some faith for at least a decent chunk of time. The real thing is, at some point or another... Yeah, Enterprise. Oh. At some point or another... Yeah, several people in chat are saying what I already agree with. I have faith in Yoshi P. I have faith in Team 3, whatever they're called. I never can remember names. I don't have faith in Square. They are the X factor there. They are the random element. If they don't screw it up, cool. I mean, I bet you money they've been pushing him hard to make this game worse in order to try and make more money out of it now in order to ruin it in the long term. I guarantee that he's had meetings with idiots about that exact topic. 100% guaranteed. Well, it depends, Billy Blade Turmoil. Depends on how you define it. And how stupid they are while we're on the subject. So yeah, that's my answer to that one. Why Square? I don't understand that question. What outfit from another FF world would you like to see in FF14? Oh, that's a good question. Rydia! No, wait. I should say Titus, just to be a troll. But I don't like trolling. I'm going to come up with a real answer. I know it's in. That's the troll. I would have said Furion because I think it's almost as bad as Titus's outfit. It's close, you know. I know Furion's is in. I have Furion's outfit because it's a subscriber reward. It's time to fight the head of the Maelstrom and also the Admiral for some reason. Yep, Clouds is, and Zidon's. And I think there's others, but, yeah. So, let me think about that. Tifa's! No. I actually wouldn't mind Sephiroth's, legitimately. I would probably wear Sephiroth's, so make of that what you will. Especially for Samurai. Yeah, honestly, there's some interesting stuff here. But I'm leaning towards like a generic gameplay positive, maybe an aggregate. No, I think I could swing a full positive here. I think I could swing that. I've seen worse, I've seen better. Perks. Like the name of the spell is Bullet Hell. Rax is dead. I mean, it's essentially a series of trash fights, but there is at least some design to it. And the Welk fight was actually pretty decent, even though it was effectively just the FF6 Welk fight, with a weird caveat. I wouldn't want Kefka's outfit. As weird as most people would probably find that. But then again, I don't want the Kefka toy either. The minion. Although I think I have it. Nice helmet. Of course, now I recognize Linley's coat, because I actually have that coat now. Yep, good job. Yeah, I'm thinking a gameplay positive for the dungeon. And no positives for Scholar whatsoever, in any way, shape, or form. Any questions? Oh god, technically yes, classic game lover. I do actually mean that though, I'm sorry. I do mean that. I think Scholar at 60 doesn't add anything on top of Scholar to really change it past Scholar 50. It doesn't really feel any different. So it's just Scholar 50 again, which means no change. Not applicable. So, what's next? Great Google Hard. And I'm done. I think that's all the classes. Let me double check that really quick. Because that doesn't exist yet. We already covered that. We already covered that. We already covered that. Covered that. That doesn't exist. That doesn't exist. We covered that. Covered that. That doesn't exist. That doesn't exist. That doesn't exist. That doesn't exist. We covered that. We covered that. We covered that. We covered that. Yeah, that's all of them. Okay. So I have covered all classes. I'm ambivalent on what I bring. If anybody wants to bring something else. Let's see here. I never came up with an outfit. I don't know. Okay. There are several optional outfits in Dissidia Duodecim that I totally want in this game. And I actually kind of mean that. The Emperor of Light, for example, for Palamecia is actually a really cool outfit. The Angel of Death, Kuja, you know, stuff like that. Or Holy Dragoon, which is also a Dissidia Duodecim. There's some really cool cosmetics in that game that I would definitely not mind having. But otherwise, I think I'm just going to default to saying Sephiroth. So, no one appears to be changing classes, so I'm going to switch over to Astrologian. And do this. Come on, there we go. Grey Google 2. And then, wait, yes. And then Somal. And then we're on to the MSQ. Holy crap. Yeah, Holy Dragoon just sounds cool. What? A new class has been created. It's called the Bob class. It opens a new window. You need to play match 3 in order to cast your spells. Okay, well that sounds terrible. Top 2 MMOs where they're the best and least bad. Top 2 MMOs where they're the worst. All? That sounds terrible. Like, I'm fine with some degree of minigame in my class design, but that's just... Hang on. Let me play a hand of poker to cast my spells. That's terrible. And I don't have anything else to add to that. That's terrible. Worst copy-wrong gaming franchise. Kingdom Hearts. Don't even have to think about that one. Favorite game and movie trailers. A lot of the Kingdom Hearts trailers are actually personal favorites of mine. I'll probably go with that. I did, in fact, Ross, which is just whatever. But the Kingdom Hearts series are not only more copy-wrongy, but worse copy-wrongy. Like, we're talking actually blocking an entire 7-hour video because of 30 seconds of a sound clip. That's what usually happens in my Kingdom Hearts VODs, and I hate that. Yeah, sure, allow me to sing Dungeon Man's music for you really quick. The Boy and the Dragon Gay. Once upon a time, there was a free-spirited boy who loved to play in the forest with his pet Chocobo. But the forests were fraught with peril, and one day a band of brigands ambushed the boy, spiriting him away to the harsh mountains of the north. Yet there be dragons there, and as they rode up the mountain path, one of those majestic beasts came swooping down from the heavens. The boy's Chocobo reared in fright, sending the boy tumbling down the mountainside to his near-certain demise. And yet the gods saw fit to spare his life, if only meagerly so. As he lay there, battered and broken, all manner of foul beasts drew near, threatening to rip him from limb to limb. Just as the boy was making his peace with the 12, another dragon appeared. A smaller creature, yes, but even a small dragon is a fearsome opponent indeed. It was then that the strangest thing happened. With a mighty roar, the dragon turned upon the circling beast and spit forth a burst of flame that reduced them to so much ash, saving the poor boy's life. With what half seemed a smile, the dragon approached the wounded child and gently raised him to sit on his back, and the two flew off to God's nowhere. The end. It's fine. I could heal myself anymore. I got this. Yeah, Astro, I mean, I know Astro pretty well. I don't have to think about it, but I did main it for quite a while. So, you know, a lot of this is muscle memory at this point. Why are we in here? Okay, so, Google Hard. Let's see. Google Hard. There we go. The long since abandoned... Oh, there's another story, so we're going to stop for several seconds. The long since abandoned by its Charlayan keepers, the Great Google Library does not want for visitants, its hall ever stirring with the void-sent guardians who walk its corridors. With danger at every turn, the fool who dares trespass here could not find wisdom but certain doom. Yet it was not so long ago that an intrepid adventurer braved the deepest depths of this forbidding vault of knowledge, returning unscathed and wiser for the experience, a feat of daring that would be sung by the realm over. Mayhap that's why an anonymous individual would beseech the selfsame champion to return in search of long-forgotten knowledge. One can only hope this venture proves another enlightening lesson. And we're specifically doing this for Midnight Dew back in Idleshire, if you're wondering. Of love unrequited. Oh, but why must the gods curse me so? By what cruel trick of fate was I given this oversized, ungainly body, wow, hashtag relatable, and sent into the world where you abide, my princess, my goddess, my everything. Your delicate hands, your shapely head, your dark eyes in which I would lose myself and never return. Yes, every aspect of your being strikes me to depths of my heart. I knew not I had until the day you first appeared before me, and yet I am a Rogadin. Could one of your kind ever love a lumbering brute such as me? Good sense tells me that the answer is no, but my heart, nay, my soul will not accept it, for bereft of your company, I fear I shall wither away into a wretched husk of what was once a man. Have mercy on this poor soul, O goddess, pray grace me with your presence when next you travel calls you to Lamensa, my beloved Brayflocks. Say the word, and I am yours forever. So anyways, wall boss 3, I think, at this point. 4? God, we fought a lot of these things. Oh my god, it escaped! It has an ugly tail! No wonder it stays in there so often. God, that makes a lot of sense now. Yeah, let's buff some people. Let's buff some people. Alright. I mean, who wouldn't want Brayflox's delicious cheese? Alright, dances up. Alright, sure, I'll pop this. Boop. And then this. This. And then hit it with Reggie. Sorry, Reggie will die. Like you do. Damn it. Pay attention. Wow, nobody got hit by that. I'm actually impressed. Yeah, I think this is the dungeon I usually think of when I think of the library being fun. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is it. In hindsight, I think I was overestimating it, but I think that's mostly because it was one of the first dungeons I actually enjoyed doing in the whole game. Oh, don't mistake me, there's some, you know, decent dungeons before this, but for some reason this one actually caught my attention. I don't know. I might have skipped a lot of the optional stuff in the 50 range at that level. I'm not sure about that. Either way, questions. Who's the worst FF boss in each FF? Man, that's a long question. Fire. Nah, okay, hang on. See, to answer that, what I should just do is pull up my own notes and be like, alright, which one of these... I was ready for that. Which one of these bosses got negatives? This. Give or take, Village of Snow. Yeah, it's been recently. I suppose I'll heal. Reggie, I guess. Ugh, having to heal the tank is so 1930s. Let's see. Worst bosses in the FFs. God, I don't know. I can't think of any. I would have to be going through the FFs to really do that. Oh, over the horizon! It is widely known that Mamulja boasts one of the most impressive indigenous societies to be found in the New World. It would be a mistake, however, to view the Mamulja as a single uniform people. A careful analysis of documents brought back by explorers reveals that Mamulja are more accurately described as a federation or alliance of numerously distant related tribes, each with distinguishing physical characteristics: the brown-scaled Hubago and their distinctively long combs, the large-eyed blue-scaled Buina, and the mottled Dopro. It is further said that although Mamulja rarely marry outside their own tribes, such unions do occur on the occasion of certain religious observances, and are known to produce two-headed offspring that are hailed as blessed siblings, and groomed to be warlords from a young age. Indeed, the Autarch, the ruler of all known Mamulja kind, is known to be one of them. Listen, I could do more DPS, but that's against my religion. Here, have a card and shut up. Hey, a book! I'm gonna read this instead of healing Keepa as he goes and raggles the entire group. You got this, Keepa! Here, have one heal. Oh, hang on, you got a range. Here, have one heal. There you go. Yep, you're good. He's good. He's fine. He's got this. Here, I'll put a hot on him. There you go. You're good. Alright, let's see here. From mutton to moral, oyster to Orobon, eel to eft, Eorzea does not want for delicious and delightful ingredients to stimulate the senses of any culinarian. And yet, how is it that we came to know the flesh of these creatures would pleasure our palates so? The answer is self-evident. For every familiar ingredient, someone at some point in our history first took it upon him or herself to eat it. And yet this answer raises another question. What wondrous flavors and textures remain undiscovered, just waiting for a brave soul to discover them? And so it was I took upon myself to investigate the culinary suitability of coblin flesh. Why coblin, you ask? To which I say, my good reader, why not coblins? The above passage was composed by my elder brother. Sadly, they were the last words he ever wrote, for as he soon discovered, coblin feelers are poisonous. Armed with this knowledge and vowing that his sacrifice would not go on to waste, I have resolved to carry on his life's work. Really? And a buff for you, and a buff for you, and a heal for you, and some DPS for you. Pepsi woman! Because she's hot. Get it? Listen, I can't write jokes, okay? I'm not a humor-mian. I just realized I don't actually have Earthly Star at this level. This class sucks! Right here. I got you, Rax! I got you, buddy! Sorry. Are we already to the Pixar block? Wow. Oh, god damn it, that's a literal misclick. Which one's Horoscope? Do I have that? Oh, I don't have Horoscope at this level. Damn it! Oh, whatever. I'm gonna assume same. I don't know if it's same or different. We'll find out in a second. Okay, it's same. Wow. That'll be interesting, covering Toy Story. Or rather, seeing people's reaction to me covering Toy Story. Because there was a lot to discuss about the beginnings of Pixar. I literally spend more time in the Toy Story Run Rumination talking about Pixar and the development of the company and 3D animation as a whole than I do the film itself. Because honestly, Toy Story 1 is kind of a simple movie to dissect. It doesn't really get interesting until the next one. And we start to see some interesting things. Last March or February, I want to say. No, that doesn't sound right. It's been a long freaking time. I know it's been over a year. I'm just not sure if it's been a year and like a little bit or a year and a half. I'm not sure which off the top of my head. I could find that out. I'm in the middle of trying to make sure that Reggie doesn't die. No, I missed a book! Must keep Reggie alive. The lore will wait. All will wait for the lore. Yep. Just gonna let Reggie die because I literally misclicked. That's... Okay, let's see how this works out. We got this. We got this. We must die. We must die for our sins of missing a book. Quick, Rax, kill the one. Kill the one. Yeah, I missed a heal. I haven't done that in a really long time, so I feel kind of embarrassed by that one. What I mean by missed a heal, so for those of you wondering, I mouse over heal. So the way I target is I mouse over the person and then I heal them, like this, boop, like that, see? Or like this, I suppose. You can actually see it in the upper left, you can see the outline. So I was not moused over him, and so he didn't get healed. I haven't done that in an extraordinarily long time, so make fun if you want, but whatever. I can't heal without mouse overing. I literally can't. I cannot do target heal. I just... In addition to the fact that it adds the unnecessary extra half second to every single healing action, I've been mouse over healing for literally about a decade at this point. So there's a lot of muscle memory that goes into that. Have some stuff. You may or may not have noticed that if you're paying attention, I'm always targeting the enemies. It helps me to DPS while I'm healing. Alright, so... Proceedings on the Council of the Magi. 284th Convocation, Amdapor. A vote was called to settle on a name for a potent and newly fashioned healing spell. Being that healing spell was an augmentation of Curaga, erst the most potent healing spell, the following names were proposed by the council. Curago, Curaza, Curaja, and Curagura. Finding the aforewritten names duly lacking in gravity and the existing hierarchy of spell names needlessly obtuse, the council did vote by a margin of 17-3 to do away with existing naming conventions entirely and adopt a new system of numerical spell names. Cure 1, Cure 2, Cure 3, Cure 4. There you go. That's why they changed it. In English, and then back, for some reason. Hi, Sean. Now the most terrifying boss of all. The trash that just wiped us because I screwed up. See, I actually enjoy from a purely visceral perspective, you know, Ara, Aga, Aja, and I forget what's after Aja. It's really rarely a thing. Whoa there, buddy. Whoa there. We're going to switch bars so I can keep you alive. There you go. Let's get some real heals on here. No more DPSing for you, son. Here, have some cards to compensate for the fact that I'm not DPSing this fight, because someone has 2 Vuln stacks. Anyways, as I was saying, I prefer the viscerality of Aga and Aja and all that, but, oh, Aza, that's the last one. But in truthfulness, from a purely, you know, constructive perspective, I tend to prefer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, there's no confusion there. Cure 5 is Cure 5. Now, ironically, FF14 screws that up completely, because your Cure 1, 2, and 3 are not a linear progression of heals. Screw you. Anyways, yeah, Mickey Mouse knows Stop 5, for example. So create an MMO boss that players will enjoy for the first month, but detest more and more until it's the most hated boss. Oh, that's easy. All you have to do is make a boss that's quick and easy and simple. And then and then make sure that this boss drops really, really useful stuff. So they want to do this boss over and over and over again. So repetition will drag this simple boss down into negative territory. In short, effective Dragon Age 2 syndrome. And yeah, I'm effectively describing Labyrinth if you're paying attention. Why, Uison Corp? Wagga wagga. Damn it, Bragman. Okay, so pops and buffs. Pops and buffs. Pops and buffs. How do you let Estinian die? I don't mean just, like, you know, in terms of you're horrible. I mean, like, how is that physically possible? Oh yeah, make it unskippable cutscenes, too. While we're on the subject. It's okay, we just need them to have 6 first for X. Okay. Have you maxed out your squadrons? No. I got all my classes to 50. And then I gave the hell up on my squadrons. Oh hey, A Boy and His Dragon Gay, a literary analysis. Many scholars believe the popular children's tale of The Boy and the Dragon Gay is in fact an adaptation of an older Ishgardian myth, one telling of which is transcribed below for the reader's reference. In a bleak village on the outskirts of Kurthus, there lived a shepherd boy, poor but kind of heart. One day a band of ruffians came and spirited the boy away, seeking to deliver him to a slave trader in hopes of earning some coin. No sooner had they left the village than they were set upon by a great dragon. Down from the heavens it swooped, tearing the blackguard limb from limb and charring the carcasses with hellfire. But it was by no mere chance that the Great Worm had found them. The boy had befriended the Great Worm some time ago, and it had sensed danger to its dear friend. Alas, in the chaos, the boy tumbled from the mountain and lay half-dying at the base of the cliff. Seeing its dear friend lying there, battered and beaten, the dragon gave the child of its blood. So it was that the boy took to the skies as the worm's minion, flying off to God knows where. And yeah, apparently I write books in this setting. Oh no. What's your favorite fight in Trek? I don't know if Ross is here, so I'm going to ignore that question forever. Let's see. So I know what you mean by it, Ross, but I'm still going to give you an answer that isn't what you're asking for. The fight between the Dominion and Cardassian fleet and the Federation Starfleet fleet in DS9 Sacrifice of Angels. Yeah, I don't know. peek. I haven't even seen it. I've been streaming. I guess I'll heal. Yeah, there we go. I was like, where did this awesome boss music come from? How did this become a thing? Well, that was apparently the wrong choice. Well, this is for Tornado, at least. Oh, did we? Yeah, you're right, we did. You're right. Well, properties of imps. I'm an imp. Imp. To quote FF6. Properties of Thunder. I don't know what to do with that one, so we're just gonna run. Okie dokie. Well, that's a thing that just happened. There it is. There it is. Yeah. Properties of meteors. Man, could you imagine a class that could just summon things from fiction and cast them? That would be terrifying. Do it. Do it, Rax. Do it. You know you want to. I'll do it for you then. I haven't gotten to it yet, Disco. I'm sorry. What's this book? Oh, it's the one Midnight wants. Apparently, Fuzzy Wuzzy wasn't very fuzzy. Was he? Good job, everyone. And I believe it's the last one. For the optionals. Nope, I'm wrong. One more. Samal. This is the last one. I forgot Samal was even there. But first, review time. Yes. Hang on, let me delete some stuff here. Go. Okay. Let's go over y'all. Let's go to gameplay positives. What do you think of it, Classic Game Lover? Yep, after this we'll have done some all. So while we wait on Lindley, let's answer some questions. I have a huge queue now, Jesus. Alright. So I already gave my favorite fight. I didn't hear Ross's, though. Oh, yours is Picard. Yeah, no, that's a good pick. That's a good pick. If I have to pick a ground fight, all the ground fights suck in Trek. Like, all of them. Almost by design. The final charge during Siege of AR-558, I think, would be my favorite ground fight if I had to pick a ground fight. When it comes to the eternal don't like, don't watch argument, what's your opinion? Depends. I'm just going to summarize that, Disco, because it depends. With so much choice, could it be seen as valid that you don't really have something else to do at your time? Yes. In relation to people talking about oversaturation of certain franchises, they don't have to watch it. Yep, nope, that's true. I do think too many people use that terminology in a deleterious way, as a way to shut down other people and diminish their opinions. But if you actually look at it from a real perspective, as in a, this is just, you know, legitimately how I think about this, then there's nothing really wrong with having that type of opinion. So, before we do this, the fall of Needhog brought an end to not only the Dragon Song war, but the hierarchy of power that reigned upon Samal. Bereft of its dread leader, the Horde scattered to the four winds and started a terrible, terrible quest chain of the Mughals. All manner of beastly intruders now skitter within, irresistibly drawn by the energies of bountiful crystal lodes, and the molten heart at the mountain's core beats with feverish intensity as if seeking to expel some nesting parasite. Answer Vinifnir's plea, that's the woman dragon, if you're remembering her, the one that Ysael was friends with. Cleanse the stone halls of their infestations and return Samal to its formal tranquility. Are there any teammate party spells that can grief you? Negative. Ah, you're talking about rescue! In addition to yoink, I forget what it's called, but there is a yoink in WoW as well. Is that a negative? No. Are people who are dicks a negative? No. Are people dicks? Yes. Unexpectedly going hard here, don't mind me. Let's see. WoW's 10.0 expansion is as bad as FF14 1.0. How do you salvage the situation? There are only two solutions to the FF14 1.0. Really. You either shut it down and eat the cost after apologizing, or you do a total, massive, ridiculous overhaul while eating the cost, which is what they actually did. Those are the only options. There is nothing else that can be done there. When you have crafted the worst game ever, congratulations. So when you talk about oh, I already answered that one. What era of WoW devs would you trust to develop a game intended to be the perfect MMORPG? The team at their prime in late Warlords, early Legion, Mr. Red. Because, and I say that point in time specifically because the WoW devs changed in mid-Legion. I've talked about this before. It is arguably one of the biggest things that led to the problems that were BFA. Because the old team left, and, well, it showed. But that team was there during Warlords, and a lot of people tend to forget that Warlords did a lot right on the gameplay axis. In fact, I anticipate Warlords will be a net positive gameplay-wise when we get there. So, yeah, that team right there. Or me. I'll do it. Yeah, you would. You'd have to destroy WoW to do that. Okay, so... Whoop. Yeah, Warlord's problem was once you hit max level, you would effectively had finished the expansion. I don't blame people for hating it. I really don't. But it really does need to be reemphasized that it was a great expansion. It was just only up to max level. Once you finished the leveling content, you were done. They had 2 raids. They patched in another one. That's it. They didn't even patch any dungeons into Warlords. I just realized that. God. And for those of you not aware why that's so significant, WoW has leaned heavily on its dungeon design for years as core meat content. No dungeons in a patch. None. Think about that. don't think FF14 has ever pulled that. And which I guess isn't a great comparison. Because 14 tends to lean on dungeons too, but you get my point. Yeah, that's the trade-off, Pillars. That was the trade-off. We didn't know it at the time. It was. Anyways, enough about WoW. Moving on. Yeah, in the ARR days, we got too many dungeons. Oh, I forget this one. So, like, one of them's really big, and it has a huge AoE, and the other ones have small AoEs. Yeah, like that. I don't see the big one. Let's heal Rax. There we go. Rax is like, I'll just jump out of the way. Screw it. Screw it. There's the big one. Right next to me. It's a shame, because Warlords has some really cool dungeons, too. Warlords had the Train dungeon. Warlords had the oh god, what's it called? The Overgrowth dungeon. The Aerial dungeon. Live, Rax! Stop dying, you coward! Oh, there's the big one. Run away. I'm used to Guild Wars 2. I keep jumping when the AoE comes in. Like, oh no! Wow. So, Lily's dead. I don't know if you noticed that. I just thought I'd comment on it really. Okay, questions. Let's see here. Thoughts on FF11's job system? Hang on. Hang on. Ugh. Okay. I'm done vomiting. I'm being facetious. I don't know enough about the specific nitty-gritty details of FF11's job system to really comment on it. Like, I know the basics of the sub-job system, which is you pick a job and you're level 30, and that means your sub-job can be up to level 15, and you get all the stuff from the sub-job that it would have at level 15. So you can basically be always a 2-to-1 ratio of 2 jobs, and you can do some cool combos and blah, 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 blah. But I don't know about specifics. Either way, the question is, specifically, thoughts on it, and rewarding player agency. Oh, in other words, you're asking the builds question, which we've actually discussed 3 times now during the course of this pseudo-lore run. So I'm going to give you the super simple summary. Build's good, but hard to do. And that's the simplest way to put it. I'm always in favor of giving the players the player choice with regards to what they're playing. And I am. But I also acknowledge reality land and how hard and difficult that is too. So you remember what I mentioned earlier about Guild Wars 2? And how Guild Wars 2 is extraordinarily unbalanced to the point where it's actually a negative? Well, part of why that is because Guild Wars 2 has an enormous quantity of builds you can do. Okay, let's keep Reggie alive here. FF14, by contrast, and WoW, but FF14 is the big one here, is much more balanced, and hey, go figure. No, not the loot! Not the loot! It's the only thing worse than Moogles is loot. Okay, let's see here. Questions. Well, hang on, let me delete some of these. It's easier to read. The worst video game from a beloved franchise, so Metroid Other M, has now become as good as the best game in that franchise, so Super Metroid. Unfortunately, a cockroach spawns in the room when it's played. What? Is this a net positive or net negative? Well, that's obvious, a net negative, because cockroaches need to go to hell. Yep, FF14 has now become FF14. Oh, I remember this one. I'm gonna get killed here. What do you want to bet? This is it. I'm ready to die. Mega buffs for everyone. Stay back here. Away from the tail. Way away from the tail. Okay, okay. Oh yeah, that's a big debuff. Oh, that's a big debuff. I was barely touching your health with that debuff off. Yikes. Okay, let's top off a bit, because we're about to get that happening. Remember this, remember this. This. Debuff anymore. There we go. Range to heal, wow. Hi, Baron. Hello. Have a buff. Yeah, I remember this guy. He's the I don't have telegraphs, but otherwise I'm just a telegraphs boss. I'm currently an astrologian. I'd say can't you tell, but actually the most astrologian spell I don't have yet, because it's a level 62 spell. Because screw me. Take it. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. I actually didn't think he would keep casting. Wow. Okay, whatever. Anyway, so questions. Let's see here. FF14 has decided to copy Arthas's art. Dumb idea, but let's continue. Which established character gets the role of Arthas? So the really obvious answer there is Thancred. Like, in fact, that's so obvious, I'm not sure anyone else would even fit for that. Help me out here, everyone. What do you think? Who else would be a good fit for that convoluted, complex, horrifying character art? I'm a level 64 at this level. Damn it! Why are we fighting around lava? Why are we doing this? But I don't like Xenos! Alright. In all honesty, I don't think Xenos would work like that. Who, Ross? Minfilia. No. Yeah, I really don't think anyone other than Thancred even comes close to bidding for that kind of a thing. I just remembered what the final boss of this area is going to be. That'll be fun. Must kill blood. Must kill blood. Oh, jeez. I mean, he did kind of have a Kobayashi Maru, which is the key crux of the Arthas story arc, so that's interesting. Wow. Really gonna speak in vagaries around that one. Yeah, that's an interesting thing to chew on. Well, there you go. They already did it. Alright, next question. About 2 years ago, DC tried to reduce Bruce Wayne's wealth They're still keeping him a millionaire as opposed to a multi-billionaire. He's had to downscale... Oh, hang on, where's the blood? There it is. Blood. He's had to downscale his operations, which has caused massive changes to the setting in general. What do you think about this change from a conceptual level? So, I'm actually totally cool with sea changes to characters. In fact, actually, I'm pretty sure I'm not the only person who's ever theorized about what happens if Bruce Wayne loses the financial support side of his character thing. Which is a story they've done before, by the way. So, conceptually, I'm with it. I do like changing the status quo. In fact, to be completely honest, I'm a very big fan of the, 2112 format, which is establish the status quo, discuss, analyze, do something with the status quo, change the status quo, reestablish new status quo, discuss, analyze, and work with new status quo, change status quo. And just kind of keep that format going for a long-term story, Two bloods. Nice. Ooh, yep, bloods. That's bloods for you. Yep. If anybody's wondering in chat, that's why I've been focus firing the bloods for all this trash. They're the wasps of this crap. Okay, so you like telegraphs, right? I hope you like telegraphs. Okay, I get why we're here, narratively. Why is the final boss a scorpion? Whatever. But yeah, I'm not actually joking. This is Telegraph's the boss. You'll see what I mean. Or, I guess this is more like Area Denial, the boss. Speaking of which, there's Area Denial number 1. Go over here. Accidentally don't move quickly enough. I apologize. I couldn't see the red on red. That's my fault. Ooh. Okay. I mean, anything that eats roses... can't be all that bad. Yeah, that was a hell of a hit right there. That So you mean the Breath of Fire 3 castle dungeon when you're in the Toad's town? I can't remember the name of it right now. Wow, that didn't get anybody. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Heal the Rex. Ooh. Yep. Get a little bit more area denial-y. Yeah, this guy has a tank buster, a big-ass hit, which targets someone randomly, and lots of area denial. That's kind of it. Why is there loot all of a sudden? Go away. Go away. Or not Breath of Fire 3, sorry, Breath of Fire 2. Breath of Fire 2, my bad. When you go to the Frog Prince's place, Jean's place, you gotta get the gold, fly, and all that fun stuff. It's pretty much the cockroach dungeon. Let me just make sure that Reggie lives there. There we go. Everything's cool. We're all cool here. Everything's cool. Gonna go over here. No reason. Who is it? Who is it? Oh, okay. That's it. Now who is it? It's Rex. Live, Rex. Probably Pillars of Snow. I can't think of one. I'm sure there is one somewhere. I was like, yeah, let me break this asshole. Yeah, this fight sucks to pug. Look at how little of the arena we have to walk on, by the way. And we know what we're doing. This fight sucks to pug. I've gotten this dungeon a couple times. And it's just... as you're going through it. You can quote me on that. Good job, everyone, though. And that's all the optional dungeons. What time is it? Oh, wow, yeah, okay. Not perfectly timed for the schedule, but whatever. Yeah. We all know what would have happened if you were a Dark Knight. Alright. Hang on 1 second. I need to look at my... I was wondering what you were up to, period. I assume you needed the sleep at least, exclamation mark. It's my other mother. Okay. This is it. It's time to continue the MSQ of Heavensward. Dun, dun, dun. Thank you again, everyone, for joining me very much. I gotta do this, don't I? I don't remember how long it's gonna be until we hit a dungeon. I can check right here. Give me a second. Decent chunk of time. Looks like about 8, 9 quests. We probably won't hit the anti-tower tonight. We could try. We could try. Yeah, it looks like 3. And I've decided, once we finish 3.3, which ends with you-know-what raid, we'll go ahead and do this other random, stupid, weird, stupid, crest, stupid. That's stupid. Alright, so where am I going? Oh, I should update the HUD, since we've moved on to the, what is effectively the final, second to final content block of Heavensward, because there's one other freaking quest chain! God damn it! But anyways, so we're up to plus 83 on story. Down to nothing on story negative. Up to plus 41 on gameplay, and much needed boost, mostly from dungeons and classes. And gameplay negatives are actually still at 36, since Never Reap was the 36 there. And that doesn't apply, so yeah. That's up to date. We are net positive on gameplay. We did it. Which is funny, because we still got a couple of decent dungeons and at least one good raid coming up. Yep, Heavensward has managed to make the dizzying heights of being better than ARR. Hang on. I mean, I did for a while, comma. Although I don't anymore, period. I like sunlight too much, period. The search for our missing friends continues. Oh, for Christ's sakes. Nobody cares! Yeah, Anti-Tower is 3.2. So we're not going to be there for a minute. But yes, it's MSQ time. So I want to start this by giving a 3-hour diatribe about how much I hate and love WoW. So... Any questions? Fortuitous timing, as always. Tatara was about to brief me on the search for our missing comrades. If you would be so kind. Absolutely, you'll be pleased to hear Riol and his men have been making excellent progress. You remember how Thalamine helped to escape the Crystal Braves and Limsa Laminsa only to disappear? Well, according to Riol, she crept aboard a ship bound for Zezra, where she's been hiding ever since. He assures me it won't be long before we're reunited. As for Ida and Papalimo, the remnants of their link pearls have been found in the Pearl Lane, of all places. Emperor Valerian thinks they disposed of them. Wait, Emperor Valerian did dispose of them. Why, Emperor Valerian? Why? Why would you do this? They were just... I mean, actually, I don't give a damn. I never liked Ida or Papalimo, so... Good job, Emperor Valerian, on brutally murdering them. Did you have to chop them up into stew? Like, I know you like to be efficient, but turn them into fertilizer, you know? God, just think, man, think. Gotta process a little bit. Yeah, it was pretty rough, comma. I didn't see the sun for months at a time because of my schedule, period. Actually, so some of my family members I am not really friends with, that I'm not really fond of, have unironically called me the garbage disposal because they could just give me any food back when I was starving and didn't have a job. And I would eat it because it was food, and so they could just use me to dispose of whatever food they didn't want that was going bad. Thank you, Valerian, very much. I won't bow the full duration. You did specifically ask me not to, so I won't. But I am grateful, and I need you to know that. Thank you. Really. Especially since I might need to get my tooth looked at sometime soon. So, I will put that towards... Wow. Now, I'm out of water, and we're about to do a lot of reading, because I don't know how much of this is voice acted. I'll go grab a refreshment, and I'll be right back. Okay. Traitor! It's probably just going to be a filling, but we'll see. I haven't... Well, I could have gone and gotten it checked out already. But I didn't, because I was sick, and I'm not an asshole. We're all but certain they fled the city shortly thereafter, though we don't have a clue where they went. What of Thancred and Minfilia? I have nothing good to share about those two, but it's not all doom and gloom. The good news is we've enlisted the services of a Charlayan scholar, one of the students of Baldessian, to aid in the search, who should be arriving any day now. One of the students? I would like to meet this scholar if time permits. But first, we must attend to more pressing matters. Sir Aymeric has summoned the two of us for a private audience. The messenger did not specify what he wished to discuss, only that it was urgent. Assuming you have no objections, I suggest we proceed to the congregation forthwith. And mayhap we can meet with the scholar afterwards. Oh, by the way, there's a decent chance we'll be doing Baelger's Wall tomorrow. I imagine there will be a bit of a queue for people who want to do that dungeon, so just keep that in mind for anybody who wants to participate in that. In any case, I'll return to the Forgotten Knight for now. Things are liable to fall apart if I'm gone for too long, you know. Sorry, I keep saying Baelgar's wall. Apparently it's Baelzar's wall. My bad. But yeah, Baelzar's wall. Baelsar's wall? God, I don't know. You know the one. Sloppy. That one. And yes, it is part of the MSQ. That's all that's left, except for the one thing that irritates me. Purely by virtue of existing. No, I'm just an idiot who can't read, apparently. I will be completely honest, I have a bad habit, and I admit this, where if I see a name that doesn't immediately process in my mind, I just kind of mentally blur it. Just, you know. Like, half the names in Ishgard, for example. Lord Commander's within. Pray proceed. Voice acting?
Thank you for coming. I wish to speak with you both in a place where privacy was assured.
We quite understand. What was it that you wished to discuss?
With my father's passing, the seat of the Archbishop lies vacant. And so, in accordance with canon law, I have assumed his responsibilities. I should stress that this is a temporary measure. It was never intended that the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights serve in this capacity indefinitely. Quite the opposite. The statutes specify that I should surrender my powers as soon as a conclave of the senior clergy and the high houses have named a new archbishop. But in light of recent events, that would not seem appropriate.
I confess I did not expect you to divulge quite so much quite so soon. The details of the Archbishop's plans, perhaps, but the true origin of the war and all it entails?
I too had concerns. But when the Warrior of Light is witnessed returning to the capital upon the back of a dragon, one's options are rather limited.
Sorry.
Mayhap I could have concealed certain details, but for how long? And at what risk? Should the truth have come to light in the meantime, how would the people have viewed my silence? After 1,000 years of lies and secrecy, I could not well abuse their trust and hope to be believed. The time for deception has passed. I only wish the people agreed. That some would deny the truth I had anticipated, but not this many. And among the few who acknowledged that my father had to be stopped, no small number question our methods.
If they suspect a coup, it will not be long before some turn to violence.
It has already begun, and that on both sides. Men and women of the cloth are being harassed in the streets. Some have even been assaulted in the Broom. Hilda and her people have formed a watch to help us maintain order. But such measures will not prevent the unrest from spreading.
For all our talk of peace, the people remain frightened and confused. For their sake, we must bring the Dragonsong War to a definitive end.
And we should be glad to help you, Sir Emmerich. But what precisely would you have us do?
We wish to treat with the dragons of Annex Shrine. To that end, I would trouble you for an escort and an introduction.
Annex Shrine? You would speak with Vidofnir then?
We must needs open a dialogue between our peoples. Acting as my representative, Lucia will extend an invitation to their leader, that she might visit us here in Ishgard. Were she still with us, I would of course have beseeched Isel's assistance in this matter. But as she is not, I must ask that you aid us in her stead. Will you do us this favor? Thank you, my friends. Lucia, I leave the rest to you.
In the wake of the Archbishop's fall, the nation of Ishgard trembled, the faith of her people shaken to its very core. For 1,000 years had they fought and died, certain of the justice of their cause, only to be told that their holy war was born of the sins of their forefathers. What then for those brave men and women, thus stripped of their righteousness but to despair, to deny the truth and decry its speakers? And what then for those whom they defamed but to hope on, to have faith in a brighter tomorrow? A tomorrow in which man and dragon might live together in harmony, then as distant as the very stars in the heavens. Yet while we dared to hope, deep within his lair the enemy lay, gathering his strength. Nidhogg, now possessed of his 2 eyes and the body of the Azure Dragoon, prizes to which he had laid claim at the very hour of the hero's triumph. As desperately as we sought the solace of peace, the great worm craved the misery of war. Nor was he alone in his misbegotten desire.
Oh, sorry. Dun dun dun! Had to get that in there. Very important. That's a weird angle. Make sure it looks like she has different armor on. It's just cool coloring. Okay. Alphino, what's up? The journey should pose less difficult this time. That's true. I know little of these lands the dragons call home, this Annex Shrine. Had you not agreed to escort me, the coming journey would be a far more daunting prospect. I confess, I myself once shuddered at the thought of it. Yet even the longest journey begins with the first step, does it not? But ere we set forth, Lore and I must needs inform our comrade of our plans. Very well. Let's go talk to Totaro. So I had an idea. A horrible, terrible, awful, no good, very bad idea. And I've decided how I would restructure FF14. The whole thing. In a way that would appeal to me more. And I'm going to share it with you when we have a dead period. Whoops. I don't know when that'll be, but I will. And I hope you'll tell me how awful you think the idea is. So what was your secret meeting about? Come on, leaders. Yeah, we're going to the dragons. A diplomatic mission? Well, I suppose that does take precedence. But should your rendezvous with Vidofnir happen to end early, you might consider rendezvousing with Y'shtola in Idleshire. She'll be there to receive our guest. And don't get me wrong, your meetings with the dragon is terribly important and everything, but the scholar happens to be... time permitting. She'll endeavor to join Y'shtola, but only if we cannot. Pray pass her regards. Let's be off. Okay. Terrible, terrible outfit. Alright, So, you know how we're a character in the MSQ? And you know how we're not a character in everything else? And how we've discussed this off and on for literally days at this point? I had a random idea that just popped into my head out of absolutely nowhere, so hear me out, okay? What if we're literally not in the side stories? What if we're there, We do the MSQ. We're cool. We're awesome. We do stuff. But then when we see the side stories, the raids, or the Scholasticate, or Hildebrand, or the side quests, or whatever, we're hearing about it. We see the cutscenes. Maybe some of it's through the Echo. Maybe some of it's through retelling. Maybe we literally play as someone else during the roleplay sequence. Maybe we just play as ourselves, the raid sequences. It's just we're not actually there as the character we're playing, and so forth, and so on. In other words, actually just make it in lore the detachment that is already there. What do you think? Because, yeah, for some it wouldn't make sense, I agree. Dune Scaife, we have no relevance to Dune Scaife, so that's easy, right? No reason to have the Warrior of Light even there. But yeah, Crystal Tower, obviously we're reasonably relevant to Crystal Tower, and especially for Omega and Eden. So I don't think this is a catch-all fix, but I think this would work for several things. And what was really getting me to think about this was a combination of Dune Scaife and the Scholasticate, both of which we might as well not have been there for. We were just kind of watching events, watching someone else's story go along, right? Now, that's fine. Okay, no, it's not. I'm not going to be dismissive. It's not fine. It's not acceptable. But why not for some of them just literally be like, oh my god, Warrior of Light, thank God you're here. You would not believe what we've been through. What happened? We found a flying, like a giant crypt ship in the sky. What? Right? Like, you get it. I mean, obviously, the better solution would be better writing, I agree, but you get the idea. There's also... So, this is something that some MMOs, including WoW, have played with every now and again. It's the idea of effectively doing roleplay for a specific boss or encounter in a dungeon or a raid. Now, you might say, well, that sounds terrible. It's something that could be easily overdone, but from a design perspective, it lets you really play with the concept, because you have total and perfect design over what your players are all of a sudden. And that allows you to really mess with what's possible, because you know everything the players can do perfectly, even in a game like WoW, which allows builds, right? So it's like, here, this is what you're playing. Oh, okay. Well, let's figure this out then. My point is, we can do that in FF14 too. Probably don't overdo it. It would be easy to overdo that. But imagine a fight where we're like, alright, we're going to go fight something, and we're in Magicka the whole time. Or we're playing as someone else the whole time, and it's like, let's do it! You know. And we get all sorts of other abilities or whatevers. Maybe a specific class, something like that. I don't know. Or yeah, we could be there just as a mercenary. That's not a bad idea. We need you to go check this area out. Why? Well, let me explain. Backstory, backstory, backstory. And then you go to the fight. You go to the raid, you do the raid, and it's like, okay, cool. And then you leave because you've done the raid, and then the story continues without you. This would especially work with the aforementioned Dune Scaife. Anyways, the path is long ere known to us. From Falcon's Nest, we shall go west. Yes, I know how to get there. Let's go. Let's go. And again, it wouldn't work in some cases, but it doesn't need to work in all cases. As usual, I don't like blanket solutions you just plop down on top of an entire game. I just think that there are certain specific sections of story which could be improved by effectively removing us from them. Like, for example, we couldn't do coils without us. Because we're kind of mandatory for, you know, the Alizé Alphino arc. But, I mean, how much does Ivalice really need us to be there? To use another example. It's only my third visit to Tailfeather, yet the first feels as though a lifetime ago. Yeah, it's been a minute. I always imagined the first time I set foot on Dravanian soil would be at the head of an army. Here I am, ready to treat with the brothers and sisters of mine enemies. I know full well how difficult it is to set aside the past, though it was I who first proposed recruiting Izael to our cause. I questioned the wisdom of my words almost as soon as I uttered them, and for a long time after that. Here was a woman with the blood of innocents on her hands. Men, women, children, all slain in the name of the implacable Lady Iceheart. Yet she acknowledged... Was it really, though, Pillars? I'm going to go ahead and be honest. I believe you. Because I couldn't even recite the Evilise raid for you right now in terms of story because it was terrible. She acknowledged her misdeeds and agreed to join us in common cause. At our side, she fought in service for the greater good, even unto her dying breath. And while that does not absolve her of her sins, I hope that one day she will be remembered not merely as a heretic, but as a misguided soul who dreamt of peace. You ask much, Master Alphino, yet who can say what might come to pass should our negotiations bear fruit? Yeah, Yazael was one of the bigger, obvious retcons between ARR and Heavensward, as she went from, kill them all, to, you know, Yazael. My one true love, obviously. So, someone actually typoed the previous question. I'm going to bring it up really quick here. They said, what is the worst FF villain? Now, for the sake of simplicity, I'm going to save that for main FF villains, because otherwise it's Bergen from FF2. Garland. I mean, he is a total nothing burger. But... Yu Yevon is ironically also a nothing burger. So same problem, really. I feel like this is such a cheating answer, but I'm gonna... Well, okay, if we were counting 10-2, I would say Shuyin is actually the worst, because... whatever. But in addition to that, there's also Vuna Belzeblah from 13.3. So, what? What are you doing? There you go. What's up, Vidofnir? Let's chat. Thou art ever welcome here, friend of Zyle. Zale? Zyle? Tifa, Tim. But this one I do not know. Pray forgive us the unannounced visit, Vidofnir. May I present to you Lucia, first commander of the Temple Knights of Ishgard, and our trusted friend. It is an honor to meet you, Vidofnir. I am come as an envoy of Sir Aymeric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, acting leader of the Holy See. And haver of crap on my glasses. Indeed. You may speak, Knight. For 1,000 years, man and dragon have been locked in an endless cycle of bloodshed and sorrow. To our shame, we long believed your kin to be the architects of this war, but we now know the truth, that King Thordan and his knights 12 did willingly betray and murder the great worm Ratatoskr, shattering the peace between our peoples. For 1,000 years, our leaders conspired to conceal this truth, a truth which was at last laid bare by the Warrior of Light, the Azure Dragoon, and Yazael. Alas, a deception so intricately wrought cannot be undone in a moment, and our people labor to accept the truth. After an eternity of war, who would dare dream that peace could be at last within our grasp? Oh hey, I just realized we passed Rabtunes now. Yet dream we must, as Yazael once did, and we must make that dream a reality as she could not. We humbly beseech you, Vidofnir, good night, Mr. Red, join hands with us in friendship once more, before the eyes of my people in Ishgard. A most unexpected invitation. I have heard your request, Knight, however I cannot give you mine answer yet. May I ask why? This matter concerneth my sire, he must needs be consulted. Moreover, the Nath grow bold, even as they did before, and I would not leave my people at the mercy of the swarm. Then we will wait. After 1,000 years at war, we will not give up on peace for want of patience. Fear not, Knight, thou shalt have my answer in thy lifetime. Oh, that's comforting. So soon, my humble thanks. I shall bear your words to my lord forthwith, until we meet again. Thanks, yeah, that's great. Within my lifetime. I got stuff to do. A lot of stuff to do. Given the circumstances, I would say that went rather well. To be frank, I'm surprised your proposal was not rejected outright. Whether aught will come of it remains to be seen, however. Yeah. There's a story bit here that I actually didn't like at first. We'll talk about it when we get there. Mayhap I should take this opportunity to speak with some of the other dragons. But you need not wait for me. The return journey holds no fears for me now. Well, if you no further need of our services, we shall continue to Charlayan. We hope to welcome a scholar who has agreed to aid us in the search for our missing comrades. Kryl, I'm pretty sure. Then I pray your journey is as swift and uneventful as ours was, and thank you for sparing the time to assist us, even when such grave matters remain unresolved. I can think no graver matter than a 1,000-year war. I can. One which our friends gave their lives to see ended. Suffice it to say, I would willingly make 1,000 such journeys to ensure their sacrifice was not in vain, and I would make 1,000 more. Dana, 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 dana. Yep, we're gonna meet Kryl for the first time. Wink, wink. So it would seem we have time to greet this scholar after all. How delightful! Whoa! I shall misclick. I shall be delighted and interested to learn how she means to go about finding Minfilia and Thancred. We can only assume she is privy to some new investigative technique. In any event, our first order of business is to rendezvous in Idleshire. I will never call it Idleshire. That's such a dumb name. I will, however, go to the Churning Mists and do all the Moogle quests right now! That's it. I'm done with the MSQ. It's time to Moogle it up. I need to go. I need to go back. I need to go back. Ishtola. My other one true love. Lord. Good to see you. I confess I had assumed your business in Onyx Shrine would detain you longer. Did your meeting with Vinofdir go well? As well as could be expected. She must discuss Sir Emeric's proposal with Grace Velgar, of course. But she seemed amenable to the suggestion. What of our Charlayan guest? Has she arrived yet? She has, but when I explained to you that you would be joining us, she asked if she might use the intervening time to explore. I agreed to meet her outside on Front Bridge. We should be on our way. Final stretch, Ross. We will finish Heavensward most likely tomorrow. Friday at the absolute latest. Oops. We have 2 bundles of content left. I don't know how long one of them is because I've never even heard of it before. And then, you know, MSQ. I told you. Honestly, this went slower than I thought it would, just because the side quests were much worse than I thought they were. Hi, Kryl. For the first time.
I'm terribly, terribly sorry to have kept you all waiting.
So that's Kryl's voice actress, which we barely heard the last time we interacted with her. I've heard some people are weirded out by how mature, motherly, elderly she sounds, given that she's a Lalafell, but I personally don't see any issue with it, and frankly, it kind of fits her. My opinion.
You need not apologize. We arrived but a moment ago ourselves. Pray, allow me to introduce Kryl, who has recently come from the Charlayan motherland. She has generously offered to assist us.
Oh, please, think nothing of it. A trip to Eorzea was long overdue. You must be the Warrior of Light. Yes, you certainly do look the part. A pleasure to meet you at last, sir.
Yes, for the first time.
And who is that I spy but young Alpha No Levieux himself? I dare say someone's grown an ilm or two in my absence. Or are those lifts in your boots?
We, Miss Kryl and I met at the Studium years ago. I shall forever be indebted to her for her sage guidance.
It was no small task keeping him out of trouble, believe you me. The youngest ever to enter the studium, him and his sister, 11-year-old prodigies. Suffice it to say, social graces were not among his list of talents. Striding up to his seniors on his first day, head held high. What was it he said again?
Thank you, Kryle.
For what? I haven't finished yet. Would you care to attempt a more dexterous deflection?
Yeah, I like Kryle.
Mayhap we should save this delightful conversation for a more fitting occasion, when pressing matters do not demand our undivided attention.
That's a better deflection.
A bit much, but better. I can tell you have been putting your skills to use here in Eorzea. Henceforth, I trust you will dazzle me with your eloquence at the first time of asking.
I've already given a plus for Kryle. Hang on, let me double check here. I have. Okay, good. I will admit, I would prefer Kryle if she wasn't a Lalafell, but I mean, honestly, isn't that true for every character?
Right, on to more pressing matters. Finding Minfilia and the other missing scions.
I gather you have new information to share with us.
A new approach, actually. Tataru recounted the tale of your escape, and it gave me an idea.
And yeah, notice how she already has more characterization in this one scene than Minfilia had in an entire expansion.
Simply put, assuming Thancred left some manner of trail when you whisked him away, as is almost always the case with teleportation magics, I am confident I can find and follow it.
Then what are you waiting for?
The wherewithal to do it. The fact is, my abilities aren't quite up to the task. Not in themselves, anyway. If I had Master Matoya's crystal eye, on the other hand...
Then let us all call on her forthwith. I think it best that you explain your plan to her in person.
Flash nod. The nodding crew engages. That's true, she does have a better voice actress and better voice direction, and that is something worthy of note. You went through the grind, Valvatrix. No, yeah, let's just say that it's probably a good thing it's not feasible to show off Eureka, or whichever expansion that came out in Score would probably tank. Anyways, let's hit some questions while we travel here. Do you think there... pass. Example of a bad game carried by its visuals. Journey's not a bad pick, actually. FF13. I don't think FF13 looks that good. I never have. Not even when it came out. I've got one. Wind Waker. There we go. You say we're heading for a cave because I don't see a cave. Well, you see... I've heard so many stories of Master Matoya, some flattering, some less so. Rest assured, they're all true. Oh, okay. Wind Waker is nowhere near as good as I remembered once I went back through with analysis mode. It has a lot of gameplay problems, like a lot. It is buoyed by its story axis, which is probably why people remember it so fondly, myself included.
Oh, is that trouble I smell? Or did you forget to wipe your boots on the way in?
Forgive us, Master Matoya. We will be sure to wipe them on the way out. And may I say how glad I am that age has not yet deprived you of your senses.
Ever so quick-witted, aren't we? To the detriment of your manners. Well, out with it then. What do you want?
Pray, allow me to introduce myself, Master Matoya. I am Cryle, of the students of Baldessian. I hope you will excuse our unannounced visit.
Baldessian, you say? Ah, yes. The old coot set up shop on the Isle of Val, didn't he?
Regrettably, our Order's headquarters and the Isle itself were obliterated by a magic of immense power. I have the blessing of light to thank for my own preservation.
Cryle, you too possess the Echo.
Well, yes, of course I do. Our Order is devoted to uncovering the mysteries of Hydaelyn and interpreting her will, particularly through the study of her gift to us. It was in the course of these studies that I met and subsequently befriended Minfilia. She and I have rather a lot in common.
I had no idea.
Yep, we're both female. That's it.
You weren't supposed to. Not that I wanted to deceive you, you understand, but precautions had to be taken.
Yes, yes, that's all well and good, but you still haven't told me why you're here.
So I think I was muted when I asked that. Sorry. Can someone give me like a really quick summary of what happened with Eureka? Like, why was it nuked?
The students of Baldessian are gone, and there is naught I can do to change that. But the science of the Seventh Dawn can yet be restored, and my dear friend found. You have in your possession an ancient crystal of light, one you call your crystal eye. I believe I can use it to focus my abilities and locate one of the missing scions.
And there I was, thinking you might want to make use of my years of experience. Oh, wait here.
Listen, if I want to know the exact consistency of prunes, I'll come to you, Matoya.
Long did I ponder the nature of this crystal and its familiar radiance, but never did I suspect it was a crystal of light.
On the cusp of an umbral calamity, souls blessed with the power of the Echo invariably appear. To aid these, her chosen warriors, Hydaelyn bequeaths to each a slither of her strength in the form of a crystal of light.
FF1 reference.
But as her strength wanes, so too does the potency of her gifts. This crystal, born of an earlier era, is infused with a power far greater than those of this age.
You could travel the length and breadth of the land and not find a crystal even a fraction as pure. Its value is beyond measure, as are the risks inherent in its use.
No two manifestations of the Echo are alike. I, for example, can converse with beings of every shape and size, excepting beasts, contrary to what others would have you believe. Language has nothing to do with it, of course. Rather, I am sensitive to the whispers of the soul. Their intent, their very essence even, the traces of which served to guide the elementals to Y'shtola. Far-fetched though it may sound, I believe that with your crystal eye, I may be able to pick up where they left off and follow the remaining trail to Thancred. That is, if I have your permission.
Well, the poor sod's not going to find himself. So, as long as you don't drop it or take it out of my sight, you may do with it what you will.
Thank you, Master Matoya. Then let us begin. From the Black Shroud, the trail continues to the north and west, towards a mountain, the foot of Somme Arle. It was a near thing, but he was not deposited within the rock. I think.
The hunters of Tailfeather know those lands well. I say we begin our search there.
I was just looking up the actress who plays Krile, which is Gemma Lawrence. I don't recognize anything she's been in other than her role as Krile. And Puddingway, apparently. I mean, it makes sense, giving FF1. Let's see here. So Valerian asked a question I'm going to open the floor to a little bit. Since Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest already have multiple MMOs between them, out of the existing Square IPs, what would you most want to turn into an MMO from Squaresoft's, or excuse me, Square Enix's library? They had forests like these in the Isle of Val. My grandfather used to go for walks there. Thancred may be a capable warrior, but he was wounded from when I last saw him. If any beasts were nearby when he emerged, he would have been hard-pressed to repel. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts was honestly my first thought, too. I'm going to think on that a bit more, though, because I think I can go another direction with that. Is there a Kingdom Hearts-y? You know. Well, considering it's a British voice acting studio, that makes sense. Tailfeather doesn't strike me as an isolated outpost. Merchants and traders travel here regularly, right? In which case we'll need to provide a more detailed description. Fear not, Krile. I have sketched out Thancred. You draw this from memory? A skill I acquired some years ago for reasons I no longer. I propose we split into two pairs. Y'shtola and I. Y'shtola. Will inquire at the outlying encampments while Lore and Krile question the residents of Tailfeather. Then we'll go kill stuff. Yeah, just the point of the question is just in an ideal world where it's not going to kill anything, it's not going to hurt anything, and we presume it's good, which Square Enix property with no downsides would you most want a MMO based off of? And yeah, I think the more I think on it, I'd actually drift away from Kingdom Hearts, even though it's kind of custom built for an MMO. I still feel like there's a few other directions you can go with that. Let me process that for a little bit. So let me go ahead and give you my knee-jerk answer first. Mana. The Mana series. Let me think on that for a bit longer, though. Here's the sketch. Well, I don't know Front Mission, and I don't remember if Star Ocean is Square Enix. I make a joke here, but I literally can't make it because it's a huge spoiler. Star Ocean 3, there you go, there's the joke. Let's see, franchises. Oh, Seventh Saga. Perfect! God damn. For a long time, Seventh Saga was the worst RPG I'd ever played. Took a while to surpass that. Oh my god, a Drakengard / Nier MMO? That sounds horrifying. Oh. Ooh. I've got an Actraiser, which would also be the Terranigma setting. But no, that's terrible. Bubble Bobble is apparently currently under the Square Enix label. Really? So is Bravely. from the Bravely series. What else we got here? There's Drakengard. I didn't know Evo was actually under... Oh, that makes sense. Wait, Square owns Final Fantasy? And Just Cause. And Kane and Lynch, Legacy of Kane. Yeah, it's never going anywhere. There's the Mono series. There's the Lufia series. What? Why is the Lufia series under Square? I know there's been a lot of weird rights issues with the Lufia franchise, but why is it under Square right now? Huh. Anyways. We're here! Tomb Raider. Didn't they lose Tomb Raider? There's Star Ocean. Supreme Commander. Yeah. Oh, that would be interesting. I've played an RTS MMO before. It was actually really good. But progression was so slow that it kind of got old very quickly. Yes, I did know that, Morganite. Chrono? No. No, I wouldn't make a Chrono MMO. So, there's been countless sightings of an exceptionally capable Huron hunter with whom no one's familiar. Although none chanced to see the man's face, his height and build match Thancred's description, as does his fighting prowess. Yeah, exactly. MMO time travel. No. We've heard the same tales. Be that as it may, we may want for conclusive proof. Mayhap this is unrelated, but I heard a curious tale regarding a Voth trader. He came to Tailfeather in search of a garments fit for a man of refinement, which seems a rather curious description for one of his kind. No, Chrono Cross would have nothing to do with a Chrono MMO if I was doing it, because I would make Chrono Cross not canon with Chrono Trigger. Well, if you recall, you yourself emerged from the livestream as naked as your name's day. It's a scene I shall never forget. Is it now? Well, I was pleased to see you. It was a simple statement of fact. It stands to reason that you're super hot, okay? In any case, if you had dealings with the Voth, they should be able to tell us, no? Jeez, Alphino. A little bit of... Just a little bit of couth there. Yeah, exactly. Open mouth, insert foot. So, if I was to do a Chrono Trigger MMO, I would do it very simply overall. Instead of, like... Think of it this way. Rather than having multiple zones like this, the world map would be one zone. It would probably be a decent-sized zone, but honestly, maybe not really. It doesn't have to be. It just has to be dense. It has to be properly designed, right? So, we have our zone. Cool. And what I would do is I would make each zone a time period. So there would be the 65 million... Using Chrono Trigger as an example, there would be the 65 million BC, the 12,000 BC, 600, 1,000... You get it, right? Each area would be its own zone. And quest arcs would go back and forth across the timelines as you go through the zones. And that would be the rough structure of how I do that. I'd also probably borrow heavily from WildStar for the combat, because WildStar leaned itself a lot towards positionalness, positions, and lining stuff up and making things better. Remember, for those of you who've never played WildStar, you attack with telegraphs in WildStar. So you can see how positioning matters in that case. So we kind of keep that little vibe going. And we've already talked about how many bosses in Chrono Trigger would easily and effortlessly translate into an MMO format, so that's basically done. Story-wise, though, that's the problem. Honestly, that boy. Given that Alphino seems to recall the details of my return so vividly, I would rather he did not draw me from memory. Jesus, Alphino. I get it. Let's go. There's also one other... So, I wouldn't do Chrono. Sorry, that's not my answer. I think looking down the list, I would stick with one of my two original answers. Three original answers. The third answer I came up with, which is Saga. Suikoden isn't Square Enix, which was the core question. But Saga is kind of leaning towards an MMO multi-people thing anyways, so... The other one, though, and this ties into Morganite's question about Suikoden, is Ogre. I would do the Ogre series. That's my other answer. I think there's a lot you could do with the heavy, in-depth, high fantasy politics of the Ogre series in an MMO format. And of course, the final answer is the Mana series, which I don't even feel like I need to explain. So those would be my 3 picks right there. By the way, the funny part is all 3 of those franchises are currently dead. I swear that's unrelated. It's just... We seek a man with whom we are told you may have certain dealings. I'm curious. The hunters tire of godly sport and pursue mortal prey? No, he's not prey, but a friend, long missing. Good, good. He is a friend to the Voth as well, one whom we have traded with many times. Truly, are you quite certain it was this man? There's no doubt. The fleshling clothed in skins came to us before Samal, lost and weak. He offered meat and hides, and in exchange we tended his wounds. He brought us much flesh, so skilled a hunter he was. Much flesh! When he asked for garments, we were glad to provide them. And where is he now? Oh, well, I didn't mean to snort. I was trying to click. Sorry. Gone to... I'll stop trying to do that. Loth asked Nob. Not long ago when he heard the one mind had summoned are gone. What's more? Oh my god, really? Ravana has returned! We must kill Ravana. Honored Elder, we thank you for your help. Would that we could repay his kindness ere we depart, but we must hasten to our comrade's side. Go! Lest the Nath King claim him as sacrifice. Alright, so I'm going to need 7 people for Ravana. Let's see. I'll go as a healer tank who can DPS. So, a warrior. It's not even a joke. Let's see here. What is my favorite dungeon music theme in this game? So if you're talking about an individual dungeon song, that's easy. The Twinning. Duh. I can't do it right now. I'm too dry. Oh, whatever. I'll just do the Predator thing. Yeah, Twinning is just... It's Twinning. What else is there to say to that? Oh yeah, I have a second AoE at this level. If I had to pick something other than the Twinning, honestly, it would probably be Amarant. If I had to pick something other than that, well, then I'd have to really think about it, because I have no idea. What's better, pancakes or waffles? Waffles. Nobody likes pancakes.
Who else could be? Thancred. It could be Thancred. We must hurry.
So I'm going to admit something really quick. When I first saw this upcoming cutscene, it actually pissed me off. I'm curious of your thoughts on this initially. Also, why does their party have 2 tanks? Pathetic, I say! So yeah, there's Warrior, Paladin, Bard, White Mage, Black Mage. Interesting party composition.
This day, we reclaim the reins of history. This day, we rid ourselves of the Ascians forever!
Fools playing at heroes, all of you. Is this how you believe you can save your world?
You need a lozenge.
We can and we will, Ascian. You shall see. Or perhaps you will not! So you are the warrior of light. The savior of Eorzea. It's a wonder you didn't come sooner, what with the primal and all. Lost a step, have we?
Excellent, Cronin. You will be spared when we cleanse the world of pancakes and replace them all with crepes. Thank you, Cronin. If you want to put that towards something, do please let me know.
Have care. The ether moves strangely around him.
Yeah, bad.
It would seem we share a common enemy. Mayhap you would tell us who you are.
Shall we show them?
Nice outfit.
Not very sporting of you to interrupt. But so be it.
Oh yeah, I'm here too.
Well, our faces, warrior of light. For we are the warriors of darkness. Walkers of a different path. And we shall meet again.
Warriors of...
Whoop. Sorry.
Thancred, are you all right?
So I'm going to interrupt this touching moment to talk about one thing I dislike about this game as a whole. One of the things they tend to do narratively is they want to have a moment where we're here, but we're in trouble. But then someone shows up and saves the day. And they do this cavalry type of scene a lot. The problem is they try to do it with us. And it just gets a little bit weirder each time they do it throughout the course of the game. As we get, canonically, stronger and stronger and stronger throughout the course of the game. And it's just like, okay. Like, that they just did it, right? Thancred's here to save the day. And we're like, thanks? Like, I appreciate it. I'm glad to see you, Thancred, but I had this. Yeah, exactly, Rax. Like, it's just, it feels like they like this type of scene a little bit too much. In the interest of fairness, it's an interesting scene we just saw. Absolutely drenched in foreshadowing, if you're paying attention. And, which several people were commenting on in chat. And, of course, it was extremely well choreographed. So I will absolutely give praise on that front. It's just... Yeah, as weird as it may sound, I think that restructuring it so that we're...
Can wait. I'd rather not be here when the Nath arrive. Agreed?
So that we're the cavalry would work a lot better. And they do this a couple times, where we show up and then they're like, ah, crap. Okay, let's go. I'm keeping my mouth shut, you know me. I have so many things I could talk about right there, but I'm better than that. I got this. Years of practice. The vision caught me unawares. I was unprepared for their attack, but I could hear the colony. They were so loud. Do you need to sit down? I have water if it'll help. Yeah, I think actually what I'm going to do, I think I agree with this concept. That cutscene was well designed enough, and honestly, was probably about a month of several people's lives designing that cutscene. So... I don't necessarily disagree with that, Blade Traval. It just bothers me how often that we need the cavalry, if that makes any sense.
Suffice it to say, our reunion was not at all as I pictured it. Waiting until the last instant to join the fray. 'Tis plain you have not lost your appetite for the dramatic.
My appetite for the dramatic? Have you forgotten the circumstances of our parting? The heroic last stand, the tunnel filling with light, and then... Had I known you intended to use forbidden magics to deliver me to some god's forsaken wilderness, I would have thanked you in advance.
Thancred.
If nothing else, you might have warned me that I would emerge from the live stream in the Altogether.
Okay. In case it's not obvious because of the sepia tone, that's a squirrel whose tail is very carefully and strategically positioned. Sorry, a nutkin.
Eventually, I managed to fashion knives from some obsidian I found, and set about hunting for meat and hides.
And for some reason, that squirrel just keeps hanging out with Thancred. It's weird.
Given that I'm not all that skilled in leatherworking, it's probably for the best that I met the Vath before I was reunited with you.
So you were the fleshling clothed in skins of whom the storyteller spoke?
A description which fit me as ill as the skins themselves. Happily, I was able to trade with the Vath for garments better becoming a man of refinement. From them, I learned of Ravana, and of the great warrior who had once laid him low.
Yeah, that's me.
And thence did you conclude that were you to track the Primal's movements, it would surely bring you into contact with the Scions once more.
It seemed a reasonable assumption. I could think of no one else with your enthusiasm for slaying beastmen gods. Until now, that is.
Which is the other reason that cutscene was rather well done in several ways. You noticed that, right? Here's other people who kill a primal in a small group similar to us, who call themselves the Warrior of Darkness, who are comprised of several people, including someone who looks a whole lot like the canonical representation of us from all the cutscenes. Like, there's a lot of little details in that scene we just saw. It's why I went ahead and gave it a positive.
Ah, yes. The self-proclaimed Warriors of Darkness. 'Tis only fitting that they stand in opposition to the Warrior of Light, I suppose.
I glimpsed the leaders past, if only for a moment. They were confronting a man in black. An Ascian, I think.
We also see they have an echo. And it hits them as theirs hit us. However you want to think of that.
If these warriors are capable of doing battle with Ascians and Primals both, They must be possessed of powerful protection. Protection not unlike the Echo.
I mean, we literally saw them echo in front of us, but, you know. Tim asks a question. How's a fight that's amazing to play with friends, but awful to play with random score? Well, because the only change there is the people, not the fight itself. So it's still a good fight, and therefore the fight would still get positives. Blessed with the power of the Echo and driven to put down primals. Despite his declaration they walk a different path, I struggle to see how their goals conflict with ours. Nor is that the only oddity. I find it passing strange that such exceptional individuals had wholly escaped our notice until now. Surely would have heard rumors and attempts to recruit them to our cause. I recall no such adventurers, and I would not likely forget their ilk. Nor would any of us, I think. One of our primary duties was to scour the city-states for promising candidates. That's how Thancred found lore. Yeah, exactly, Valvatrix. Every single one of them. Ah, the memories. It seems like only yesterday you slew your first primal. It was like 4 weeks ago. Speaking of which, I had the distinct impression it was not the first time that band of merry men and women would kill the god. I labor to believe a band of preternaturally gifted adventurers have been traveling the land slaying primals without our knowledge. It would imply gross negligence on our part. Speculation will avail us a lot. There's too much we don't know. For the present, we must concentrate on what we do know. Ravana is no more. Vidofnir must be informed. Since you seem to have affairs well in hand, I shall take my leave. Simply being in the vicinity of this colony is giving me a headache. Yeah, remember, she can kind of hear / communicate / sense. If you have any need of me, I'll be with Master Matoya. I will search for Menphilia. Wait, Menphilia's missing? I thought she escaped with Lore. Listen, Thancred. Hand on shoulder. No, whatever. Do Vidofnir. Vidofnir. We first person mode. Ugh. Oh, God. Yeah, almost made it. I had not thought to see thee again so soon, mortal. If thou seekest the night, know that she hath long since departed for Ishgard. My thanks, Vidofnir, but it was actually not for her we came. We bring good tidings. Lord Ravana, who had been summoned by the Nath, has again been laid low. Truly, once more you mortals have succeeded where mine own kind did fail. You have our deepest thanks. Would that we could take credit. The god fell by another's hand. Another revelation upon revelation. Regardless, it is cause for celebration. The Nath will have no choice but to withdraw. But to another matter, I have tidings for thee as well. Regarding the Ishgardian's invitation? As promised, I brought the matter to my sire. Hearken to his answer now. For 1,000 years have I mourned my beloved, who gave her life to forge a peace to thy kind betrayed. Such was my lot, my king betrayed. Such was my lot until a child of Ishgard came to me. For want of warmth she wrapped herself in a dream. Yet the world remember blah 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 blah. Yet the world will remember her deeds. For truth she fought, for justice she sinned, for redemption she sacrificed and became as light. To follow one's heart, to have faith in one's convictions, be it for weal or for woe. Such is the folly and glory of man and of dragon. He hath entrusted the choice to us, and we have made it. We will keep faith with you who walk in the light. Then you accept Sir Amric's invitation. Let it be known that I, Vadofnir, shall journey into Ishgard on behalf of my people. Yes, Chris Felger was like, blah, 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 blah. We are honored to receive your answer, and will convey your words to our allies without delay. Okay, so, Sir Amric, we've got a message from Chris Felger. He said, blah, 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 blah. And Amric's just looking at us like, it's happening, Azael. Would that you were here to see it. Meanwhile... Oh, sorry. Boom.
The Scions celebrated the return of a long-lost friend. Honorable men plotted to deprive them of another.
So who are you after? Our dad? Or the great Templar captain?
Honorable men, to whom Sir Emmerich was no hero, but a scheming patricide.
Do something. Do something. No, oh god, you're worthless and pathetic.
Honorable men who would fain wash the paving stones of foundation with the tyrant's blood. Honorable men whose knife in the dark was the spark which set the city aflame, and who sang as it burned.
Okay, credit where credit is due. He did catch the guy. I mean, I think it's fairly self-evident, Linnea. Honorable men. I wonder if it's raining right now here. Might explain it. Dr. Winter mentioned the idea of a forced multiplayer negative. Nice, Rona. But I would never give a game a negative for forced negative. Forced multiplayer, I don't think. A forced negative? Is that... Why are there just random normal outfits in this game? But what I would probably give a negative for is bad implementation of forced multiplayer. Para exemple, LFR. So you slew a handful of primals, chatted with the Emperor of Garlemald, uncovered the truth behind a 1,000-year war, thwarted a megalomaniacal archbishop's ambitions, got waved at by Sorona, and then rode on the back of the Father of Dragons. Does that sum it up? Yeah. Fortunately, the journey affords us ample time to brief Thancred. It looks like it's not raining right now, so I don't know. Whatever. Right, let's not keep Sir Aymeric waiting. Are you quite well, Thancred? Yeah, forgive me. You've given me a lot to digest. The whole affair with the Ishgardians and the Trevanians, and our friends are nowhere to be found. It would seem there's no end to our troubles. We can but face them head-on, one at a time. For now, we must apply ourselves to our allotted tasks, and leave others to theirs. Remember, Thancred, we found you and they found me. In time, we will find Ida and Papalimo and Minfilia as well. These troubles will soon be but a memory, one which we will look back on together. Pray do not misunderstand. I did not mean to imply it would be otherwise. I just wished I'd rejoined our grand adventure, one of its more triumphal moments. Despite your recent accomplishments, the mood here is less than celebratory. But I have no doubt we will enjoy many more glorious victories soon enough. You may rest assured I will play my part to the very hilt. I know you will. To the congregation! To victory and triumph and peace and... Aymeric? Aymeric? Aymeric! One of the best characters in the frickin' game. Hilda? Hey, it's Lunaruth. Right there. Oh, good, you're back. Things got a bit heated while you were away. Let's find out how. We haven't given Aymeric any positives yet? What? Hang on, let's verify this. So, that's ARR. You're right, I haven't actually given Aymeric any individual positives. Only 2 positives related to him. You have returned at last. In this, at least, the fates are kind. Greetings, First Commander. Please me to inform you Vidofnir has accepted Sir Aymeric's invitation. She has? Oh, these are glad tidings indeed. Would that the Lord Commander were here to hear them. Oh, he's otherwise engaged? Yeah, he's off sleeping off a knife to the gut. What? The surgeons, God, I hate that word, tell me he will make a full recovery, but Lord Edmund and Lord Artorial had not been hand-in-hand when the assassin struck. He would have not been so fortunate. For a mercy, they subdued the fiend before he could land the telling blow. The attack was just the beginning, though. Not long after, buildings all around the city, including several of ours, burst into flame. Bastards caught us completely by surprise. We'd been dousing the fires, but for everyone we put out, it seems like 2 more start up. Casualties are mounting, especially in the Brome. 'Tis plain the fires were started by the assassins' conspirators. Until they've been rounded up, there will be no end to this. Will you help me find them? Then let's frickety go! Gonna stab my Himric. I'm gonna show you what a stab really feels like. You won't notice it, though, because there'll be nothing left of you but the atoms as they distribute themselves across the promenade. We actually will probably hit Anti-Tower at this rate, by the way, today. So, anybody wants to join for Anti-Tower, it is literally 2 quests away now. The flames are spreading. We must needs begin our investigation immediately. Witnesses must be found. Suspects identified. Have you been able to determine the precise location where the fires were set? Maybe there's a pattern. If there is, we've yet to discern it. Fires have been reported throughout the city, in both Pillar and Foundation. Indeed, given the size of the areas affected, I think it's best to divide our forces. Okay. You know, if I do it as a monk, as I punch them and they dissipate into ether, I could absorb them and get stronger. Thancred, son of the Sign Dog. Might I say, what a pleasure it is to meet you, milady. I'll bet. Name's Hilda. Sienna. And there I was thinking I found a fellow ruffian amongst these illustrious personages. I will remain here to coordinate the fire-quenching efforts. If you learn aught of value, pray inform me immediately. That is all. Let's frickety go. And yet Hilda immediately singling out Thancred. We could begin by sifting through tried rubble and questioning, but in my experience, every town has at least one individual who can be counted on to know things he or she should not. Oh, aye, the infamous Lord Emmy, lover of women and wine, though neither care for him that much. They say he could gossip for Ishgard. Just the sort of fellow. Capital suggestion. He'll be at the Crozier, making an effort to be seen. Yeah, that's Emmy. Grizzled, I'll accept, but old? Isn't Thancred like 20-something? Granted, Hilda's like low 20-something. And I'm canonically 40 now, so... 30-something! My god, he's almost my age! Holy schmoly. An old fogey. How old was Orin again? Just to really throw that into the air. Emmy, how are things? Someone once said a gentleman is rather than does, and Lord Emmy we have living proof. Go on, talk to the daft sod. Master Runner, I fear Lord Emmy has once again strayed from the path. As has so often been the case, his renewed enthusiasm for martial training gave way to frustration and disinterest at the first sign of difficulty. Alright, kid, up against the wall. What? BAM! You're gonna tell me everything or die! Oh, God! Ah, yes, the arson's dreadful business, and awfully curious. Hey, my materia just sold. Wouldn't you say? There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it at all. Naturally, we've doubled the guard outside the manor, along with most of the other houses. Can't have the old pile going up in flames, after all. In any case, if you're wondering why the Hoplon is awash with refugees, the lower levels of the vault have opened to those unfortunate souls who lost their homes. Sir Americ's orders. Remarkable man. Not even a knife in the ribs can keep him from his duties. Yup. Actually, old boy, don't call me that. If you were thinking of questioning the refugees, I would be more than happy to accompany you to the Hoplon. While you conduct your inquiries, I could offer words of comfort to the distressed and despondent young maidens. Wait a moment, I know what this is. You're giving one of your looks, aren't you? You do me an injustice, old boy. Stop calling me that. I will have you know my heart yearns for but one rose, prickly though she may be. I sense you remain unconvinced. I can kill you and eat you. Like, literally, consume your ether. I just want you to know that. Like, I can do that. Never mind. For our next step, we divide our efforts. You question the refugees. I shall investigate locations where the fires were set. Would you be so kind as to join me, Hilda? You know what? I reckon I would. Can't have you roaming about in an unfamiliar city by your lonesome, shall we? You only get robbed blind and left shivering in your small clothes. And they go off to flirt. Just as well. I'm spoken for. Picture of Hall kind of shows up here. That's true. I am literally a master culinarian. Canonically the best cook in the setting, so I could eat him the other way too. I got the ingredients. Where did I miss that? There was a man with a satchel. I saw him kneeling outside the window, and there was smoke everywhere. It was hot, and I couldn't breathe. I don't remember how he made it out. I guess I must have climbed. One way or another, I'm going to cannibalize you. Accept your fate. My brothers and sisters, there is food enough and shelter for everyone in the bacilla. That doesn't sound extremely suspicious or anything. Helonia's blessings upon you, Father. I confess we're not sure if we should come. There's so many unbelievable tales about the Archbishop and Sir Aymeric and the Dravanians. Trust in your heart. Pay no heed to the lies of lesser men. Hi. Do you require succor as well? Oh, right. They've begun their investigation. Good. This madness has gone on far too long. Would that I could do something to aid you in your search, but I have a duty. Farewell. Evil. 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 Sorry, that's the sign going over his head. A lot of evil people can't... They forget to turn off the neon evil sign over their head. It's a classic move. A lot of people forget it's there. Ours was one of the first homes to be claimed, but I didn't see how the fire began. It was only when I heard the neighbors shouting and I looked back outside and saw the flames. We barely escaped with the clothes on our backs. Were it not for the church's generosity, I don't know what we would do. Okay, actually, I'm going to completely be honest here. I don't remember who started the fires. I'm just making fun of the religious people being evil, because they're always evil in these works. Whoop. There we go. Listen, you only forget to turn off the evil neon sign once. Every other time. What in God's name, Valvatrix? Also, you know what, Aymeric? Just for that, I'm giving you a negative. Negative for lips, and Shadowbringers is getting a negative for lips, too. There you are. Anything to share? Yeah, the church is taking advantage of the situation to garner public support. While you were questioning the refugees, we inspected the scenes of several of the fires, including one near St. Louis Cathedral and another near the Tribunal. For a mercy, neither structure suffered significant damage. I actually like Gaia as a character, legit, but wow! Anyway, some might say they were spared by the grace of the Fury. Others might question how such ruthlessly efficient arsonists contrived to fail so miserably on the two occasions when their target was a bastion of Ishgardian orthodoxy. Oh god, Mitron needs to just be shot in the face. Nothing conclusive, of course, but it does give one cause to wonder. Alphino will doubtless have an opinion. Hang on, let's check the church. Where's the church? Yep, they forgot to turn off their evil sign. God, they keep doing that. It's such a rookie mistake. Now, the real question is... Well, I'm not going to say that joke, actually. We could ask someone else what those lips taste like. But the answer would be coffee biscuits. Or whatever the hell they were. The cookies they kept talking about, I can't remember what it is. Silence will avail you not, sir. It was the coffee biscuits. I was right. I was right. Ah, Lore, I was about to summon you. As you can see, we have detained a suspect. We found this man loitering near the remains of one of the stricken buildings. I'm sorry, you ever have a random thought pop in your head, which is just wild and strange? Like, okay, Lore, it's good to see you. We have a suspect. And just imagine our character just walks up and just impales him on the spear, like, and then starts twisting the spear around, lifts his corpse up and flings him over the wall, and then goes back and says, all without saying a word because we're silent. We wish to have words. He did not, so we insisted. We go, damn it, you got the wrong man. Uh-huh. You reek of oil, and are those burns on your hands? An occupational hazard, I suppose, but does arson pay well? I'm a victim, look at me! Aye, that you are, after a fashion. You should know your pious patron has already spun a delightful yarn about how his pet mongrel slipped the leash and set about burning half the city to the ground. Not very noble of him, I grant you, but these highborn types rarely show loyalty to their pets. God, I like Thancred. In fact, he called you Rabbit and begged us to put you down. That's bollocks! He was the one that told me to keep going! Even a sinner such as me could find salvation in the Fury's work, he said. I'd left it behind. I tried to with all my heart, said my prayers every day like a good man. But he came to me! He came to me! There you have it. Hilda, please escort our friend to the congregation. As long as you don't mind he's limping when he gets there. We want him intact. Damn it, Rax. I need to see that movie again someday. That was incredible, Thancred. How'd you know he would confess? I've seen his like before. Troubled soul, manipulated by men of power, wielded as a weapon. Yep. He's kind of scum in his own way, but let's be honest, he's a tool. I cannot be certain, of course, but given the stakes, I thought it worth the risk. And you know what? I take it back. We're not going to hit the dungeon today. So here's a question. How many of you would be up for doing a dungeon pretty much first thing tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time? Or a little bit thereafter? Because we're running into the anti-tower. Like, we're very close to it, but I don't think we have enough time to do 2 quests and a dungeon in the next 30 minutes. Yeah, I was gonna say, I could reserve spots for people who can, /will, /want to be there. And it's the anti-tower, a dungeon I remember rather fondly. So, Ewison Corp's gonna be there. Hang on, I'll write this down. Ewison Corp. Rax will be there, and I need one more. Who is willing, /able, /wanting. Thank you, Thancred. Whether by luck or judgment, we have confirmed these arsons were orchestrated by a person or persons of influence. Duh! I think it's best we now return to the congregation and discuss how best to proceed. Yep, I need a replacement for Rax. Valvedrix, you... Oh, wait, you can't join us. Damn it! Nace, well, maybe, question mark. And... Fife is a question mark. Actually, let's be honest, Rax is a question mark. Pretzel is an oversleeper, and therefore must be executed on crimes of laziness. Do not worry, Pretzel. When you are brought back from the dead, you will be made useful. Well, it looks like we've got enough hole fillers. That sounds awful, but I mean that in a good way. That, if you're asleep, Rax, it's okay. Temple Knights are interrogating the arsonist as we speak. Well, I mean, it's what it is. It's hole fillers. Back when we used to raid all the time, you had people who were reliable. I don't know what else to call that. They were the people who were there. And so when we used to do raid setup, the usual composition was the people who weren't reliable actually got... I'm saying this wrong. The people who weren't reliable but were decent people were the priority people. And I know that sounds backwards, but it makes sense because the whole point is the people who weren't reliable have lives. You know what I mean? Like, they have RL issues. So the unreliable people get priority, and if they can all get in, great! And usually there won't be. And so the substitutes, chunk. And yeah, no, I was actually Gary and I we would slot one of us as a substitute each week. So 1 week he would go in and 1 week because we need a raid leader, but we would also be the substitutes there. And yeah, imagine trying to get a group of 25 people together, or 40. Although honestly, even 10 was a nightmare. Ugh. Yeah, no kidding, Rex. On behalf of the Holy See, thank you all. The man you apprehended is being interrogated. Though he fell silent upon realizing we had not turned his master, he will soon tell us what he knows, one way or the other. Pardon the intrusion, First Commander. Ah, Lord Artorial, have you come to see your father? He is attending Sir Abric. I am. He bid me bring this salve. Do not let me detain you. In times of trouble, every man must do his part. Would that I could do more. It's him, Jacques! Wait, no, that doesn't work. It's her! It's Lucia! It's Thancred! My Lord Artorial did not seem to be in the best of spirits. 'Tis little wonder his father is widely slandered and his half-brother not yet cold in the grave. Thancred did it. It all makes sense. So, final quest for 3.1 right here.
I do not mean to diminish our accomplishments, but until we identify the ones who ordered the fires set, our work is far from finished.
Between the various conservative and religious factions in Ishgard, I dare say there's no shortage of parties who would like to see the status quo preserved. Do any likely suspects spring to mind?
I mean, I can think of like 5.
Far too many to count.
Lord Commander, your wounds.
Are healing well. Thank you.
I had to come out here when I heard that lore hasn't given me positives. Look, I'm sorry, okay, Amaric?
Time is of the essence. Lest we forget, these men would sooner put their own city to the torch than see it change. When our enemies learn that we have apprehended their arsonist, there is no telling how they will react.
They have reacted.
Lord Commander, an armed mob has seized control of the vault.
Yep.
And now we know. Tell us what happened, sir. Spare no detail.
We were directing refugees into the Basilica, as you ordered, when all of a sudden, men brandishing weapons were all around us. It happened so fast, my lord. We had no time to respond. They've taken the refugees hostage and barricaded themselves inside the vault.
And they sent you to deliver their demands.
They, the true brothers of the faith, demand that a conclave to select the next archbishop be held forthwith. Furthermore, they declare that you, Lord Commander, are guilty of patricide and high treason, and that you must surrender yourself at once to receive of the Fury's judgment.
So I need to jump in here for a second. That's literally the priest I just talked to, the guy who had the evil sign over his head. I need to re-stress this because this is not a joke and I'm not lying. I'm not a good liar anyways. I didn't remember that he was the one doing this. I really didn't. I was just making fun of the fact that he had such an obvious evil sign signaling over his head. I don't even know his name.
Ridiculous! I mean, do they honestly think that executing Sir Emmerich would change anything? That the truth will somehow die with him?
They might literally think that, yeah. They might be that stupid.
These fundamentalists rage against the passing of the old ways, unable to accept there can be no going back.
Given the fanciful nature of their demands, a peaceful resolution does not seem likely. If the hostages are to be rescued, it will be by force, I fear.
Agreed. Lucia, take a contingent of knights and establish a perimeter outside the entrance.
At once, Lord Commander.
By the way, this is my third favorite rendition of the main theme of Heaven's Word. We've heard it a lot, it's just, I thought I'd mention it, because we still haven't heard my favorite rendition of the theme, I think.
Hilda, I need your people out in force throughout the Broom. When word spreads of the situation, the friends and family of the hostages may try to take matters into their own hands. I will not give these militants more targets. I shall lead the assault on the vault. Master Alphino, can I count on the support of the Scions?
Dude, give me a frickin' job. Tell your Star Destroyer where to go. I got your back.
Of course.
We are in your debt.
I shall join you as well, Lord Commander.
I like that. Looks to the father.
Your assistance is most welcome, Lord Atwarel.
Did you catch that? I'm sorry. That's such a brilliant yet subtle touch. Aymeric looks to the Lord, Count Fortem, and then the Count nods. Then he says something. Doesn't even respond until he gets the father's blessing. I love that. But yeah, we're dealing with this a little bit more overtly than I would expect. This is one thing. So several people, we've talked so much about how do you write for someone who's a Star Destroyer like us. So call me a weirdo here. Call me a weirdo. I think that as much as we are super powerful and super strong, and I absolutely do, I think one of our true weaknesses is our lack of stealth. We can't really just sneak into a place. We bulldoze. Some of you who've seen any of my MCU discussions, we're the God, I can't think of her name all of a sudden. I really can't think of her name. Oh my god. Hang on. MCU Phase 3. Captain Marvel, thank you. We're Captain Marvel. We are very powerful. Yeah, Carol Danvers. But we're a hammer, you know? And situations like this are how you write a situation where we can't just walk in and win. Because yeah, we could walk in there and crush them like a bug, but they have hostages and we want those hostages alive. This is how you write around a Star Destroyer. Now, granted, Aymeric is being overt and obvious about this, and that's not great, but you get my point. This is the type of situation you build for a character of this type, and still make it make sense in lore. Now, obviously, you don't always want to do hostages. I'm just pointing out an example, because it's come up so often in this run. Oh! Real quick. Plus to Aymeric. Plus to Aymeric. Plus to Aymeric. Three pluses for Aymeric. Specifically in Heaven's Word. I was actually thinking about this. This is a very, very, very minor spoiler, but we won't see much of Aymeric after this point, and I think that kind of sucks. But that's why Aymeric is going to get at least 3 positives here in Heaven's Word, because in Heaven's Word, he is legit. It's not like he's bad. I give him a plus back in ARR, if you remember. But you get my point? Like, this is where he truly shines. This is his expansion. We're going at 60. I'll just beat Dragoon. Whatever. I got this. I got this. We will enter the Bacillus silently via this gate. According to our latest report, there are at least 6 hostages being held within. The numbers and readiness of the true brothers of the faith. How many evil organizations and how many works of fiction call themselves true blank of the blank? Usually faith. Or the true horde, the true whatever. I am told one claimed to have started a Thornton the Seventh. Given the swiftness which they seize control, I think it likely, which means they will possess the knowledge required to use the building's defense against them. Be that as it may, we have no choice but to press on. Lord Artorial, you are a brave man and true. None would question your honor if you chose not to risk your life in this endeavor. Are you certain you wish to join us? I'm no stranger to the battlefield. My arm will not falter. My shield will not break. Oh, Lunera, there will be nothing left. I'm not even going to absorb them. I wouldn't want to taint my ether with theirs. So, Amaric, direct me. Whenever you want me to destroy something, just point at it and it will go away. Ah, okay. Can everyone group up, please, just really quick? I'd really thanks. Appreciate it! Let's go and just do this while we're here. Okay, that one's gone, and that one's gone, and that one's gone. No, no, you don't get to run. No, 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 no. You don't get to do that. You don't get to kill hostages. That's not how this works. Let me explain to you how stupid of a move you just made there. Yep, you know what? You're right. Source annihilation. I love his title. It's so simple. You ever notice that some of the really awesome people have really simple titles, like the Blue? This is indeed the work of the Archbishop's former servants. On your guard, they sounded the alarm. Yep, the extremists from the true philanthropists of kindness have decided to be extremely evil. What a freaking shock. Whoop. Hand was on the wrong button there. There we go. Goodbye. Ugh. He's a Blue Knight. Oh god! Oh god! Think about that for a second. Actually, I'm gonna hold off for 1 second.
Down with you!
Okay, now we're good. Yep, I was waiting for that. I wanted to see which one was going for the refugee. Boop! I think you can get around, asshole. What's rule 1? What is rule 1? You don't hurt the civilians. Jackass. Enjoy your stay in the maw. Yeah, you never... I get angry about that. Like, legitimately angry, so I apologize for my vibe on that. Just, you don't do that. I got your back.
You underestimate me!
Okay, fine. If the evil people need to show off how evil they are, they can kill, like, you know, a civilian and then bring down the weight of everything upon them. I shouldn't have to mention part of why this makes me so angry right now in real life, either. So I admit I'm a little angrier than I normally would be right now. Lay down your arms and release the hostages, and you will be shown mercy. I give you my word. Ha! The word of a heretic and a kinslayer. I would sooner trust a dragon. Activate the knights, and we shall show the hostages the same mercy he showed the Archbishop. Unlike you, Sir Amaric, I am a man of honor! So it's by trial, then. Lore, leave us. Save the hostages. Sir Amaric, you're injured, as a fresh reminder. Just a heads up. So let's go save some hostages, shall we? There you are. Nope, 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 nope. That's not how that works. Yeah, hi, I'm a Dragoon at 60. Piss off, you little... I got you. Good usage of the song, too. We do have a timer on this mission, by the way. I don't know if you noticed. So what I was the point I was trying to make is, you know how some classes, like we keep talking about how some classes aren't really, you know, good before a certain point. Well, funnily enough, Dragoon is good at 60, so you got nothing. That was the point of the taunt. I did try Monk at 60. It wasn't that different, which means it was still good. Summoner was surprisingly better at 60. Same with Scholar, actually. Oh, did I miss one? Nope! Wait, no, that's not it. Shoot, where's the last one? Oh, God. Okay, I'm angry now. Let me move faster! Where's the last one? Where's the one I missed? There's... I don't remember details right now, but there's something about Blitz that's missing at 60. That is why I wouldn't quite say... Okay, we already checked up here. We're good there. It's not on the map. I remember this. It's not on the map somewhere. Is it over here? I missed something. Now I feel really stupid. I'm going to fail this mission because I missed someone. This happened to me last time, too. I'm remembering this. Animation upgrades. There's got to be something, then. I don't know what, but there has to be something. Where the hell is the last refugee? God damn it. I'm just going to Google it. But that's from 3 years ago, so I don't think that's relevant. Yeah, I know Aymric's gonna die. That's why I'm so irritable. I don't know where this last one is. I went over that way. There's an invisible wall that's supposed to open up somewhere, and I don't know where it is. It also apparently was bugged at some point. Okay, here we go. Blah, 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 blah. Main path, group of enemies. Y'shtola will stay behind with the hostage. Yep. That's this one that's gonna be, like, right up here. Yep, we can goggle things. I couldn't find the frickin' hostage! And Aymric died in my absence, which is kind of irritating, but... What do you think you're doing? Okay, so, Y'shtola's gonna stay here. I can run up here, I can run up here. Yeah, Lucia, take over Ishgard. Oh, that'll go over well. We're giving Ishgard to a Garlemald. Or Garlean, rather. A member of Garlemald. You're what? Look, don't worry about it. Oh, that's some threat. They really, really had aggro. Wow, that's actually impressive. Alright, so. Blah, 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 blah. Y'shtola leaves behind. Continue forward. Defeat enemies along the way. Kill these ones. You... Nope. Nope. mean, that makes sense. So, in another MMO I will not name the name of right now, there's actually a concept, which has never been a player ability, unfortunately, called a taunt aura. It is exactly what it sounds like. But in case you need for that to describe, every server tick, which in that game is less than a second, everything nearby aggroes the person with the taunt aura. Just, period. Just aggro.
You underestimate me.
Doesn't actually generate any threat, it just makes them aggro them. I keep wondering when they're going to give that to players. Because, yeah, that's just... okay. You can imagine... They use it for stuff like this, right? Which is why I was reminded of it. Okay, so blah, blah, blah. We're evil. Evil. We're evil. We're evil. We are evil. We're evil. Okay, so... we go over here to the first one, which is this guy, and then these guys. Oh god, it's on cooldown. Oh, yeah. Ah, fine. You know, it's funny as these fundamentalists are giving us a lot of free PR while doing this. Yeah, so these assholes tried to take refugees and use them as hostages, and they were rescued by Sir Amaric and the Warrior of Light. Really? Interesting. Click here to learn more. You won't believe the 10th way the Warrior of Light killed the hell out of these people. Come on. Yep, Sir Amaric did it all along. And now I'm just missing the one. And we're back where we were last time. I'm gonna check one thing really quick. The guide's quite incomplete, unfortunately, so... anyone here? Okay. Definitely not there. Alright, well, so the guide's pretty fundamentally wrong. The way it's structured, it's clear that it has absolutely no idea what it's talking about. However, I do have an idea of where it is, because I have a memory now. Anyone want to guess where it is? I mean, I'm already giving it away because of where I'm going. I'm here! Yeah, apparently we're just supposed to stop rescuing the hostages and get up here and save Amaric.
This knight does not yield!
It's, not super well designed, if I'm just gonna be honest. Listen, I'm just gonna kill all of these people, Dr. Wicker. So, it actually does say right there, I see no others nearby, come Sir Amaric needs our help. I will freely admit I completely missed that, because I tend to miss in gameplay dialogue, because it's not very well presented. So I'll take ownership of that. But yeah, that's a little irritating. So anyways, with that irritation out of the way...
Where is he? Where is he?
What What is wrong with you?
Come no closer!
He's not even named. His name is Vault Priest. It does log it. That's how I was able to find it. Yeah, no, this is not a time for the Star Destroyer.
You have nowhere to run. Release the girl and surrender.
Or die like your fellows.
Surrender to whom? The blasphemer who throws wide the gates to our enemy? Who breaks bread with him and calls him brother? Ungodly swine! I would sooner die than surrender to you.
Trust me, your friends did.
Is it godly to spill the blood of an innocent child? To burn the homes of your brothers? Tell me, priest, is that godly?
I love Amaric's anger here.
Do not speak to me of godliness, heathen! Your father's blood is on your hands, as is hers!
Thank you.
What? But I...
It still should have killed her, but let's ignore that for a second. Let's just let that go. We don't need to bring in Spider-Man Gwen Stacy into this.
Vidafne!
Well met, knight. Mayhap I chose an inopportune moment.
Not at all. Pray forgive us this most unworthy reception. We are honored to have you with us, and right glad of your aid.
Fortune delivered the child unto me. I had but to receive her.
Thank you for saving me.
Thou art welcome, child.
Oh, that priest dude is atomized. They won't even find the smear. You think I'm joking? We never see him again. He's gone.
Never did I think to be indebted to so unexpected a savior. But full glad am I to be so.
Friend of Izel, warrior of warriors, I had hoped to meet with thee. I bear a message from my sire.
Uh-oh.
From Gracefelder.
Upon returning to our lands, Nidhogg's shade did sing unto his brood, and they for skies unknown did then take wing. This thou must know, for your fates are inextricably bound.
What of Estinian? Is he truly lost to us?
Such matters are beyond my ken. I but bear my father's words. Take from them what thou wilt.
We shouldn't have kept calling him Cain. It drove him to this.
Fare you well, mortals.
Thanks for that. For real. So, this is a little bit of headcanoning, but I'd like to think that she actually came in like this, caught the child, and then slowly pulled out the momentum. They just don't really have the engine to show that, you know?
So it is as they say then. A great white dragon swooped down from the heavens to rescue an innocent child.
Word moves fast! Although I guess that's a hell of an event, isn't it?
A most unexpected turn of events, but not an unwelcome one. The people will not soon forget this day.
So, I'm going to go ahead and admit something. From a purely writer perspective, this is honestly really convenient, the way this worked out. We have obviously stupidly evil people who take hostages and try to murder a child, but then a dragon saves it. This is all extremely convenient. But I like it. Because even though it's convenient, it doesn't break continuity or logic. It does make sense that there would be those who are sufficiently stupid and zealous and evil to do something like this. And it actually absolutely makes sense that she would be on her way to deliver her message. Remember, she wasn't here part of the meeting. She was here to tell us about what's going on with Estinian. And she happened to be like, okay. Yeah, exactly. Convenience is not the sin itself, if that makes any sense. Convenience only is bad when it's bad writing. This actually is pretty well constructed, and I'm going to go ahead and give this overall sequence of events another positive.
Yet how will they choose to remember it, Sir Emmerich? And will these events serve to bring man and dragon closer together, or drive a deeper wedge between brothers? After 1,000 years, the world these men once knew is changing, and with ungentle swiftness to boot. Though their actions are misguided, their sentiments are only to be expected. You may be sure that others will rally to their cause. I share your desire for lasting peace with the Javanians, I do. But I would not see it built on the bones of our countrymen, nor on our own.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, Father, their bones aren't there anymore.
I see much of Horschiffon you, and I could not bear to mourn the passing of another son.
Lord Edmund.
Well, so far he's been one positive. Edmund. And yeah, so, someone asked, do we get sufficient hints? A lot of the yellow quests, including a couple I showed off on camera, are the hints of exactly how many stupid evil zealots there are in this damn town. I could easily swing 2 pluses for Edmund. I'm not sure about 3, but he's a 2+ character, no question. It's been a day of surprises, has it not? 'Tis a pity Vidofnir could not stay longer. Yes, I think it's fair to say she timed her departure rather less well than her arrival. Well, time scarcely does it justice, but one moment later we've been a moment too late. Yeah. Let us pray the Ishgardians who yet harbor doubts will take these events to heart and accept the truth of Sir Aymerich's words. Well, 'tis only meet I informed Tataru of what happened here. If you had needed me, I'll be at Fortem Matter. I'll accompany you. Yeah, you could probably use some decent food and a decent bed, Thancred, since you've had neither for weeks? A moment, Lore. What's up? My love! Sorry. Annabeth. Tell me, does Thancred seem well? God, I am like 3 heads taller than her. Yeah, he's not doing well. You sense it too, a subtle change, imperceptible to most. I myself did not notice at first, but upon closer examination I saw his etheric flow has been irreparably disrupted. As a result, I strongly suspect his ability to manipulate ether has been compromised. Put simply, Thancred can no longer wield magics. That's right, he's now a Garlean, kind of. It would do much to explain why he chose to remain in the wilderness instead of seeking us out. He would have been compelled to rely solely on traditional methods of travel, significantly prolonging his journey. And when he learned that a nearby beast tribe was making preparations to summon a primal, it probably seemed more sensible to wait. But this is a little more than speculations. Pray speak no more word of it. Right then, I should be on my way. Kral may have charmed Master Matoya for now, but who knows for how long it can last. Yeah, in lore, he can't even fast travel, which would be a hell of an inhibition in this setting. Yeah, I was just saying, I know exactly how long it takes to cross the hinterlands on foot. Ah! The nightmares. The nightmares. Oh, God. So yeah, it looks like we will start up. So we will have one quest tomorrow, which will have some cutscenes, and then we'll pretty much go straight to the Anti-Tower. That looks like what tomorrow's going to line up to. And then we'll have a bunch of quests, and then we have Sorkai and the final steps of faith. Well, let's do this cutscene first.
That Vidofnir should chance to arrive even as the girl fell. Truly, I could not have planned it better myself.
By the way, you notice the bookends? We begin and end on Alphino and Tatara.
Ah, good. We were afraid you might have left.
A shield, my lord?
Fit for a true knight. An expression of our gratitude to you and yours. Long overdue.
Not sure if I still have that. I should look. Just to see. Unfortunately, only one class uses shields, so...
But there is something else I would discuss ere you part. Something which cannot leave this room. My father will soon step down as head of our house. Sir Emmerich was not the only one to fall under suspicion following the death of the Archbishop. There are some who believe my father complicit in a coup d'etat. Thus he intends to renounce his title to absolve our house of suspicion and secure the support of our peers.
Surely there must be another way to convince houses Durandare and Zamail.
Nope, Durandare's militant and Zamail's idiots.
So I said to him. Alas, he will not budge. Ever since I was a child, I knew that I would one day succeed my father. The thought of it filled me with pride. Yet once I learned the day was at hand, my heart was filled with naught but dread. Our legacy is built upon the lies of our forefathers. In accepting this title, am I not perpetuating this injustice? Why should I become the next count? You sound just like him. Aye, I suspect that is what Horschiffon would have said. To aid those in need. When you look on that shield, I trust you will remember his words. And should I once more find my resolve wavering, I ask that you show me the way. You were a brother to Horschiffon. Will you be a brother to me as well?
No. You didn't earn it, buddy.
Come, Manelaine. There's much to be done. For Father, and for Sir Emmerich, and for Ishgard.
You still suck.
To think we share the same blood. Pray excuse us.
Those were the days of promises and vows, of tentative first steps into an uncertain future. A future shaped by the choices we made, in ways we could never have foreseen. Born of good and evil, of light and darkness, and shepherded by our hand. Be it for weal, or be it for woe.
Heaven's word, as so goes light, so goes darkness. We'll talk more about Emmy tomorrow. Because Emmy will definitely be relevant tomorrow. But for now, we're going to go ahead and chop off. I do hope you all have enjoyed, as usual, as I always do. Unless there's a... Damn it, there's a friggin' scene. God damn it, hang on, hang on. First, we got to see Urianger betraying us. Sorry, I forgot about this. This is thy proof, Apocrypha. It's a truth long forgotten, a tale of the beginning of the path we have been set upon. Hi, Elidibus. Hi, mysterious man I don't know the name of. Our fates were ordained long ago, Archon. The Garleans are no exception, nor the Triad. You know what must be done. Dun dun dun! They really pull that move a lot in this game. Oh god, there's more? Hey, it's some extremely mysterious monk with Charlean tattoos in Little Alamiga, wearing non-shorts and accompanied by a felon. Who could these people be? I like how they don't even try to hide it, though. It's just they call him Papolimo and Ida. Everyone has their orders. The masked will attack as soon as all units are positioned. The Imperials won't know what hit them. I fear it'll be bloody. By Rogger, it better be. We can't stay here forever, Ida. We have other responsibilities. I know full what my responsibilities are, and I mean to fulfill them. I will be the main character of an expansion. Sorry. Yeah, I know. The tattoos are kind of a giveaway, you know? Okay, are we done? Can I actually cut off? No. Okay, tomorrow! Tomorrow, we will continue forth with that quest right there. A dungeon, and a whole lot of story. So...